gonna fall.
This proceeding was just for 5 people. Actually, you haven't. I have been there was just 3 speakers.
Yeah. So we don't need 8 up here? Good afternoon, everyone. In the interest of giving people time to get their lunches, which just started serving at 1 o'clock, we're going to push back the start time till about 1:30. So feel free to mingle, network, go grab food. We're going to start in about 20 minutes from now. Thanks very much.
stand and talk.
Oh, okay, that sounds cool. Then they can just grab the microphone and on the create of them, you just let them know that.
I guess I should sit in the middle. Not right now. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to ask the opening panelists to come up to the podium. It's a little tight up here, but we can do it. So we can avoid this awkwardness now. It's a cozy group. Yeah, and then we can swap out. It's a So just find a seat and, yeah, and then I can't help, so I'll sit and people can walk around me. Cool.
Yeah. That's okay. That's no problem at all. Well, it doesn't bother me, but I mean, never be there.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started in about 10 seconds. We'll just wait for some folks to take their seats. As you can see, it's a cozy group up here. So we'll work with the venue as we have it here. So I appreciate everyone's patience waiting to start. We know that lunch started at the same time this session started, so we want to give an opportunity for people to grab something if they needed to. Okay, so we're going to jump right in. So good afternoon. I'm Karen McCabe, and I'm with the IEEE, where I oversee our Technology Policy and International Affairs group. And I work on many of our collaborative efforts that address internet governance and internet connectivity. So welcome, everyone, to our Day Zero event on advancing solutions for connectivity, improving global coordination and collaboration. We have organized this with many renowned organizations that are doing amazing things. We have ICANN, IEEE, Internet Society, the International Telecommunication Union, the Global Connect Initiative, Unesco, World Bank, and the World Economic Forum. So we also want to thank IGF and the host country of Mexico for affording us this opportunity to host this event, at which we are going to explore the various challenges of connecting the remaining billions and share perspectives on solutions and how we can hasten and advance connecting the unconnected. So the way the day will, or the afternoon I should say, will unfold is after some introductory remarks by our co-organized partners here, we'll launch into a series of lightning talks. One will be on a current set of themes, and then one will also be from a regional perspective. And we really want this to be extremely interactive. I know the room is set up and it's a tight room, but we will also be having some breakout sessions that we can share our perspectives and learn from each other and see how we can advance solutions in when our respective organizations, regions of the world from which we are as well. So let's get started. I'll start by saying a few words on behalf of the IEEE. So just to set the context for IEEE, we're known as one of the world's largest technical professional associations. We have over 430,000 members in over 160 countries. Our mission is to advance technology for humanity. So the connecting the unconnected, as you can see, is very near and dear to IEEE's heart. And the way we advance technology for the advancement for humanity is that we do this through the hundreds, literally hundreds of local communities around the world that we have of technical experts. So today, we're here to connect. We're here to connect our information, our knowledge, and our resources and our respective efforts so that we can hasten connecting the unconnected. And we can do so consciously and responsibly, and also in the context of local circumstances and needs. With this, I would like to start my remarks on talking a little about interoperability. My roots, just for background, are in the technical standards world. And in the standards development world, on technical standards, interoperability implies there's an open exchange between a range of products or systems, or similar products and systems from a range of vendors work together. In short, things, systems, etc., work together seamlessly. It goes beyond just being compatible to say full integration in flow. And I think that really sort of categorizes the spirit of what we're trying to do at this session. And that's why I bring this concept up, is that it's our collective work among the many projects and initiatives to connect the unconnected that will be able to meet the goals that we have put out for ourselves and reach the Sustainable Development Goals as well. So it goes beyond compatibility or coexistence. It is a true form of organic interoperability. So our purpose for those of us gathered here today is to build our interoperability framework, our system and our network, basically our fabric, as we work to address the global issues of internet connectivity on a local level with a very human-centered focus. There are many challenges and yes, opportunities that sit in front of us. And if we are to meet these goals set out for ourselves on connecting the unconnected and bring the internet to those who don't have access or don't have meaningful access at this point, there's more work to be done, but I think collectively we can do wonderful things together. So the good news is that there's a growing visibility and awareness of the challenges and good work being done in many regions of the world on connecting the unconnected, and we'll hear some of those stories today. And there are many significant initiatives and projects being driven by many organizations and bodies. So these efforts are looking at a broad range of digital divide barriers, infrastructure, capacity and skills, local content, community buy-in and understanding, financing and investment, policy, regulation, and technology, to name a few. So next phase is see how we can connect our efforts and create this framework in this network of interoperability, and to create this interoperability paradigm, and how we can work toward the ability from our respective efforts, individually and collectively, to create this holistic, seamless system. And that's why we are here today, and why actually the IEEE and its communities of technical experts are committed to working alongside everyone working on projects in the interconnectivity space. So earlier in 2014, the IEEE stood up an internet initiative, and it had the original charge, if you will, to connect technical experts with policymakers and social leadership. That initiative has given us a tremendous opportunity to get connected to many organizations doing impactful work in the internet space, many of which are sitting on this stage alongside me today. And that has been truly an honor for the organization. So the initiative opened a path to also critical issues of internet connectivity, where we believe that the IEEE can connect our local communities to be part of a connectivity core or a larger community. And we're also pleased, as an example, we have our humanitarian folks from Tunisia with us this week, who are doing tremendous things in Tunisia from a volunteer perspective, primarily working with libraries. And if you stop by our booth, give them a little bit of a plug, you'll learn what they're doing. And it's just the spirit of what we're looking to accomplish here today as well. And they epitomize that. So in closing, I really look forward to an amazing afternoon. where we can learn from each other and that we can advance solutions for meaningful and impact connectivity. So with that, I'm going to hand over the mic to my colleague from ISOC, Joyce.
Thank you, Karen. My name is Joyce Donnier. I'm a Senior Director of Global Engagement for the Internet Society. Internet Society is a global organization with over 90,000 members globally. We have 124, almost 25 chapters around the globe, led by volunteers, just like IEEE. Now, I just wanted to touch upon a couple of points in the remarks here in setting the tone. I hope for some fruitful discussions later this afternoon. Now, considering the current political environment that we live in, the concept of an inclusive internet, of an open and secure and trusted internet is crucial. And I think it's fair to say that all of us today in the room, we strongly believe that by bringing people online, we give them the opportunities to make a difference in their lives, but also in the lives of their communities. Now, ISOC has a long-standing tradition of developing multi-stakeholder partnerships to reach their development goals. And we're very glad to see that the IGF this year has taken up the theme of access for development in the overall agenda. The renewal of the IGF mandate has really reset the focus of the forum towards the Sustainable Development Goals. It's now time, however, to look concretely on how we can move forward, how we can have an impact, how we can have a meaningful impact. And so a good example of how we can move things forward is the framework developed by the IGF on the policy options for connecting and enabling the next billion. Now, this is concretely how the IGF can serve the community to facilitate, convene, and coordinate the key players whenever needed. And this session today is a clear example of that. Now, how do we move from speech to action, and then from action to relevant impact, to positive impact? There are many examples of projects, and Karen actually just mentioned a couple, that show a positive impact on the internet of the lives of people. The Internet Society, for one, through its 125 chapters, has funded and supported over 200 community projects globally over the last 10 years, providing access to the Internet of Opportunity to people all over the world. In actual fact, when mapping those projects to the SDGs, we realized that those projects actually directly or indirectly connected to and supported 14 out of the 17 SDGs. However, these community-led projects and the positive impacts they have on people's lives are only possible if we work on this together, if all stakeholders come together to create an environment that enables an open, trusted, and affordable access to the internet, and to preserve the internet as we know it, to make it better, safer, stronger. Now today, to make internet-based development a reality, the internet stakeholders, all of us, need to work together on immediate steps to expand infrastructure, to foster skills and entrepreneurship, and to develop a positive governance system. This is what we at the Internet Society call a policy framework for an enabling environment. It will be important to walk away today, after the discussions we have this afternoon, with a plan that can be tangible contributions to the IGF and to link it to the main session on Friday on connecting and enabling the next billion. So I'm really looking forward to the discussions later this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. So Doreen from ITU, please.
Thank you very much, Karen, and good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. ITU is thrilled to be working with all of you, and of course, we like others on this panel and others in the room, we too are resolved to work together to advance connectivity, because this issue is far too big and far too important to be done alone. Connectivity, as many of you know, is deep in ITU's DNA since our very beginning back in 1865. The key focus of all of our work is about connectivity, and many of you are familiar with our Connect 2020 agenda. Connect 2020 is a commitment by all governments, and it's an invitation to all stakeholders to work together to advance specific and measurable targets in the areas of growth, inclusiveness, sustainability, innovation, and partnerships. 3.9 billion, that's a figure that we will be hearing all throughout the week. 3.9 billion people that are still offline. And when we look at the world's least developed countries, the situation is not good. In the 48 LDCs, 1 in 7 persons has access to the internet, and in 6 LDCs, access is less than 3%. And we all know that the 2030 Agenda, Goal 9, 9C specifically, calls for all of us to strive to achieve universal and affordable access in LDCs by 2020. We have a lot of work to do. And in the words of Vint Cerf this morning in the main session, we have a lot of unfinished business. 2 weeks ago, the ITU launched the Measuring the Information Society report. And what they showed in that report that is that, as many of you know, 95% of the world's population lives in areas that are covered by mobile cellular. 84% of the world's population live in areas that are covered by mobile broadband networks. Yet, 3.9 billion people are not on the internet. And as Vint Cerf said, we have a lot of unfinished business to do, and that's what we can do this afternoon in our session. We need to be focusing on demand. We need to be focusing on ways to drive demand and to stimulate demand. And to do that, we have to tackle the challenge of affordability, because affordability is a major issue as costs are prohibitively high, in particular in developing countries. We also need to be focusing on digital literacy, on digital skills. Local content and multilingualism are also key to stimulating demand. And of course, we need to build trust and confidence in our networks. We need to do more to minimize the negative impacts of cyber insecurity and cyber instability. We need to be innovating together, and we need to be focusing also on SDG 17, which is all about partnerships, and that's what's so great about this session this afternoon. Because as I said, no single entity can do this alone. And we believe that by working together, by sharing expertise and experience, by sharing our insights, that we really can make real progress and we can accelerate growth for the global good. A couple of months ago, many of us came together at WEF for the Internet for All initiative. And at that event, Minister Phil from Rwanda, who unfortunately is not with us today, he reminded us of a quote from Henry Ford, and that quote was about coming together was the beginning, and we did that. Keeping together was progress, and we're still together, so that's good. And working together is success, and I believe that all of us today and onward can work together to make success and to ensure that those 3.9 billion people have access to the internet. Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen. With that, I'm going to pass this mic down to Manu. Bear with our logistics today.
Thank you, Karen, and thanks to you, Oleg, who's also here, and IEEE and the leadership. I remember when we first talked 14, 15 months ago, we were looking at the statistics about adoption rates globally, and how I think just in the last ITU State of Broadband report, we see that there was an uptick of about 0.3 billion, which is very small. And what can we do as a community to really accelerate efforts to close the gap in a meaningful way. A lot of times at the IGF, you hear about the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance. I think what we have done all together is make it real. I would say maybe 2 years ago, the technical community may not have been as organized as they are today, thanks to Karen's leadership, IEEE's leadership, ISOC's leadership. I would say that we didn't necessarily have important stakeholders like development finance institutions, multilateral development banks at the table like they are here today. I would say that we did not have global conveners like the World Economic Forum and all the leadership that they can bring at the very highest levels like we do today. And I'm so thrilled to see that we are actually making the multi-stakeholder model that we often talk about a reality when it comes to connectivity. Since we are in the Americas, I wanted to provide a little bit of a context about what is the state of connectivity here. A recent study found that 90% of the region is covered by mobile broadband. However, a closer examination of the figure reveals that only about 50% of these people are actually connected or actually online. Meaning that half of the population, while being in a region with coverage, cannot actually connect to the mobile internet. Research into this cause behind the gap in connectivity points to multiple reasons. Lack of locally relevant content, lack of digital literacy, skills, and limited affordability among segments of the population. There is, of course, good news. The benefits of the internet are starting to come to the Americas. The internet audience in the Americas grew 23% in the past year and now represents about 8% of the global internet audience. Many countries are progressing at a very fast rate. The United States, Mexico, Chile, Brazil, Colombia are among many to mention. Mexico, for example, ranks strong with 123 million users and an adoption rate of 56%. But we need to tell the other side of the story. Bolivia, Belize, Guyana, Paraguay rank among the South American countries that are lagging in the region, with adoption rates of approximately 40 to 45%. There's a reason why access is relatively high in Colombia but low in Bolivia. There's a reason why it might be high in Chile and low in Guatemala. Some governments do much more than others to facilitate access for people in poor or remote areas. And the starting point for every country is to have a clear and comprehensive national broadband plan that allows for private investment, encourages competition, removes obstacles, and takes full advantage of shared internet services at schools, libraries, and community centers. That's partly why the United States launched the Global Connect effort to bring an additional 1.5 billion people online by 2020, a metric, as Doreen mentioned, was adopted by all countries at the ITU Plenipotentiary almost 2 or 3 years ago. It's the right goal, and there's a huge return on investment. According to one study, tripling mobile broadband penetration levels across the developing world provides a rate of return as much as $17 for every $1 spent. Global Connect had a new idea that it brought forth. It's not a new idea to maybe people in this room, but it was a new idea to folks in the development community, folks at development agencies or MDBs. The idea was that the idea was that internet connectivity is as fundamental to economic development as roads, ports, electricity, and other traditional infrastructure. We've learned through this initiative and through our outreach to multilateral development banks, for example, that typically at an MDB, only 1% of the budget or 2% of the budget for infrastructure goes to connectivity today. We think that's far too low. We think there's a huge demand from countries to seek greater assistance, and we've been really thrilled with the support that we've received from all the banks, including the World Bank, which has been a real leader here. The initiative has 3 goals. First, to encourage countries to make internet access central to all development and growth initiatives for many of the same reasons that I opened with, which is that a government's policies do matter in increasing access to its citizens. Second, to work in cooperation with multilateral development institutions to double public and private lending for connectivity and digital technologies by 2020. This was an agreement that we reached with Secretary Kerry and President Kim at the World Bank in April. We also reached another important agreement, which is to think about connectivity and how it can have cross-cutting impact, not only for governments, but also for banks in providing better connectivity at hospitals, schools, etc. And finally, to harness the knowledge, skills, and resources of the tech community, like IEEE and ISOC, to implement solutions for high-speed, affordable access. Since the launch of Global Connect, over 40 countries and several countries in the Americas have expressed support, and we are thrilled to be partnering with them. When I first thought about launching the initiative with other partners in the US government, we got great advice from the Network Startup Resource Center, and this is where I'll close. The Network Startup Resource Center, for what many of you are familiar with, and Steve Huter and Steve Song, have provided great capacity building assistance to countries all over the world. And they encouraged us to take a listen-first approach. Offer your services and your support to countries. Make sure that they are aware that these resources exist, and simply be there to help. And listen to where they need the most help, whether it's on the technical side, the investment side, the industry side. And I think with that humility, we can all succeed. We are so excited to be here today and so grateful to our partners for their leadership. And we look forward to not only today's discussion, but really trying to accelerate progress in the coming years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karen. UNESCO is delighted to be part of this group and part of this session on advancing solutions for connectivity. And some of you might wonder, what does the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization has to do really with connectivity or with striving to achieve our common goal of universal internet access by 2020? Well, UNESCO does 5 things. First, we provide policy advice to member states in our domains. We are a clearinghouse because we are an independent broker in this field. We don't have any vendor or other interests to protect. We have a normative and standard setting function, not only in terms of the human rights, but also in terms of a number of convention charters and so on we're implementing. We facilitate international cooperation, and we strengthen capacities, including institutional capacities in member states. And of course, we have a very strong link with civil society, and actually UNESCO's member states adopted the Rome Principles, standing for human rights-based, open, accessible and multi-stakeholder shaped internet. So multi-stakeholder is really part of our genes too. Now, one first point I want to make is that clearly connectivity is not equal to providing universal access. Of course, we are and we're fully working with everyone on connecting the 3.9 billion. But we need to also ask ourselves, what is with those 1 or 1.5 billion who have internet access and never use it? And why do they never use it? And of course, the competencies, the capacities, the skills is one answer to that. The affordability was mentioned by some of you before too. Meaningful content and the barriers of language, where thousands of languages can actually not be accessed today, are really barriers. Girls and women have less internet access and often lack also the skills. So there are a number of barriers which add to the pure connectivity barrier. And I think we have come a far way also in terms of us acknowledging this. Before, sometimes ago, UNESCO was the only one speaking of the second part of the same coin, and we heard today that several of us mentioned that. And for us, it is now important also to walk the talk, to really, in fact, it is really relatively simple, as challenging or as it might seem when I say that, to connect, for example, schools. It is much more challenging to make good use of ICTs in teaching and learning, to train the teachers, to integrate, to produce content, to integrate it into the curriculum, to revise evaluations, to create policies and that. And walking the talk means also that we need to invest differently and really provide substantial amounts from the outset when we conceive project into these soft components. So we are delighted to contribute to these efforts, and of course we see the complementarity in our work, and we see the necessity to bring both parts of the coin together, and that's why we're here to contribute to that. Just to say also one last word on the how, we have about more than 70 offices and institutes through which we work, and we also 195 national commissions in nearly all states through which we work. We have about 550 activities in field of ICT, so that's the part where we need to connect with everyone. Thank you.
We're switch hitting here, so that makes for a good partnership, right? Thank you, Karen, and thank you to the IEEE to really carries the weight to get us all here and in a room and be able to have 6 hours together to try to solve these problems. And thanks to my co-hosts who are here with me to really share how we believe what needs to be done. I think it's very clear the why. We're still chasing, and a bit elusive is the how. And so I guess about a year ago, over a year ago, Under Secretary Novelli challenged us all to the Global Connect initiative to connect the 1.5 billion unconnected citizens of the world. And there at that meeting was President of the World Bank, Dr. Kim, who fully endorsed the initiative. We then followed that up with our meetings during our spring meetings in April 2016, where we were very proud and honored to host Dr. Kim and Secretary John Kerry, who came and basically, again, echoed the need to really marshal resources together, because this is such a big issue we have to deal with, and it's not going to be easy. It's not as easy as the mobile miracle was, and we're going to have to be much smarter. So again, it was reiterated that if we're going to bring online and make functional several billion people into the digital economy, we better do it quickly, because the opportunity cost of not doing that is going to cost us very, very highly in the future, or more highly than it is now. So then we came together in October at our annual meetings, thanks to the IEEE. We had 2 days of intensive, very comprehensive workshops to try to solve this problem. And I think we made great strides, some great discussion. So you're asking, is this all we do, is meet? Well, no. We have to do more. And so the World Bank's view is that we can do a little part. With that little part, we hope to leverage big money, big technical assistance. What the World Bank does, basically, we have two organizations within us. There are actually 5, but 2 that really are known as the financiers. The World Bank, which focuses on assisting governments in the poorest countries of the world, and the International Finance Corporation that finances private sector investment, also in the poorest countries of the world. So we're saying, let's get together, let's create the World Bank Group Broadband Initiative. We're looking internally first, because there are some issues we need to address internally before we can really expect to really be the world beater that we think we can be on a large scale. So in August of this year, our president, Jim Kim, and a CEO of the IFC came together, and they made a commitment at the TCAD, the Tokyo International Conference on African Development, and said, in the next 10 years, we're going to invest $4 billion. Well, $4 billion is nice, but where it's going to get us is, well, we expect to get at least 250 more people online, 250 million more people online, and we expect that with this amount, we can leverage another 5 times that. So if we do that, and our donor partners and our fellow MDBs also do that, we may solve this. So that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to work differently internally. We're going to try to meet those objectives over the next 10 years, not just in Africa, but globally. We've identified 30 countries where we want to really launch this quickly within the next 3 years and really test it, see how it's going to work. And if we can make that work at that scale, we then think we can bring others in to duplicate that. So we're trying to do our little part, And with all of your assistance, I think we can do much, much, much more. It's a pleasure to be here. I look forward to sharing ideas with you this afternoon and really moving this toward results. Thank you.
Yes, the last one. So I was relying on going back. Yes, works. Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much, Karen, for inviting ICANN to be part of this as well. And I wanted to, I thought there was an advantage in going last, because I think, I think in reflecting on what's been said, there's a number of key issues that come out of it for us in particular. I'll say a bit about what ICANN contributes to this later on, and I won't speak for too long. But first of all, what are the positives? Because there are some negatives, but what are the positives? Well, I think the positives are that we're in this room talking. The positives are that governments, businesses, civil society organizations are committed to the goals. So that's the positive, because if we weren't all committed, if we weren't in this room all committed to achieving these goals, then we wouldn't have success. So the positives are we're here. The positives are we hadn't got our act together before, but perhaps we have now. And the positives are that there is a real agenda going forward. As you've heard from ISOC, with their projects in numerous countries, with the ITU, with the Connect 2020 initiative and the work that's taking place there, with the World Bank, and of course with the government initiative as Manu has been outlining. So there's lots of positives. And technology is going in the right direction, as we'll hear later on. The technology is leading us into an area where we should be able to do much more, where the goals that were set out in the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 agenda at the UN last year should be realizable in terms of that technology. But where is the failing? Where is the bad news? Because there has to be bad news, and I'm not saying bad news is good, but if we listen to what is said, if we look at the statistics, if we look at the take-up rates for broadband in Latin America and elsewhere, then there must be bad news. And so where is that bad news, and what can we do about it? We heard at Telecom World a few weeks ago in Thailand the fantastic initiatives that were taking part in Rwanda and the Northern African corridor. Connectivity, lots of money, lots of initiatives, lots of effort to do connection. But we also heard from operators at that conference. They said, yes, you as a Northern African government, you're committed to this agenda. You're committed to the Sustainable Development Goals. You're committed to connectivity. So why are you taxing us? Why are you charging us for 4G spectrum? Why are the prices so high? Why are the taxes on interconnection? Why aren't you doing peering? Why don't you have independent regulation? Why don't you have competition? Why don't you teach skills in your schools? Why is there a gender gap? Why aren't girls taught ICT? These are the questions that we have to ask as well, because unless we get those fundamentals right as well, then all these other positives aren't going to really offset those disadvantages. So we have the environment to do this. We have everyone sitting in the room, and we really must do better in terms of some of the fundamental policy, legislative, and directions. And there's also the other outside factors as well. Cybersecurity, privacy, intellectual property. Yes, they are connected. Yes, they do have important connections in terms of how the Sustainable Development Goals are going to be realized. So I think there are positives, but there's an awful lot of work to do. ICANN is a player. We coordinate, as you know, the domain name system. We introduce international domain names. We're committed to multilingualism with over 130 international domain names now. We're working in the regions to promote multilingualism in terms of the World Wide Web. We're working on universal acceptance So these new international domain names can be accepted in browsers and in other types of internet connectivity. But of course, there is so much to do, and we're committed, along with other members of the technical community, to do it. But we have to have this wider conversation as well. Thank you very much.
No. Nigel should have went last. I can't beat that. So my name's Alex Wong with World Economic Forum. I see many friends and partners in the room that I'm looking forward to catching up with over the course of the week. So we're relatively also together with Global Connect and IEEE, maybe the newer actors to this space. But about a year and a half ago, we at the World Economic Forum also saw that we needed to bring together partners, multi-stakeholder collaboration around this issue of fundamentally internet for all. So the 4 billion or the 3.9 billion people not on the internet. And I'm really pleased that we're here together as IGF because I think we're trying to show a couple messages. Number one, this should be a solvable problem. I mean, there's individual solutions that all of you in this room are probably involved with, or global solutions for that matter. And if we can just all work together, we have to be able to solve this issue. It's not an issue that can't be solved. I think the second point, therefore, is, and this is the work we've been doing at the forum in the project Internet for All, and it's been echoed by the other panelists. And why do we need everyone in the room is because it's an ecosystem issue. It's not just infrastructure, it's not just the affordability. Our framework, similar to many of you in the room here, also includes the need for skills and awareness, and also for content. And that's why everyone in the room has to be working together if we're going to address the issue. Therefore, there could be others on the panel at this front line as well, and I'll just mention a few of the other partners that have been part of this global effort to work together. JICA, DFID, Global Affairs Canada, Inter-American Development Bank, African Development Bank, European Commission, Alliance for Affordable Internet. I've named all those organizations on purpose because I think as global organizations representing an association of some sort, or a governmental or intergovernmental or civil society on a global level, we're trying to work together globally to try to come to you together as one voice and one effort. And that's in the form of two areas that we're trying to help work together with everyone here on the panel on that we're looking at specifically. One is on a set of global topics. So later on in the lightning rounds, these topics have been building on these global discussions on a series of topics where we think everyone needs to start working together more and turn some of these common themes into action. So that is really how the first round of lightning talks are shaped. The second element, which is really part of Doreen, let's get to action, and some of you have said that, is on the country regional breakouts. I'm really happy at the forum that we've been trying to broker a couple models in the Northern Corridor, Africa, as well as now kicking off something in Argentina. But collectively, us on the panel have made a commitment that in 2017, we will try to come up with a portfolio of 5 to 10 countries where we can all agree to try to coordinate together. It's not just all of us from the non-business side, but it's also the partners, the corporate partners sitting in the room like Facebook and Microsoft and the others that I'm sure that are in the room that I'm missing. So I think a year from now, when we come back, hopefully we're now moving now into actually country operational phase where we're creating a platform where we can all work together. And that's why all of you who are coming from your different organizations are invited to be part of that journey over the course of the week. Please come talk to any of us to find out how to get more involved, because this is all only going to be solvable if we have everyone work together. I'll stop there since we have a lot to cover over the course of the next few hours as well as the next week. And we're really just looking forward to seeing many of you over the course of the week. And I want to thank again all of our partners on the panel and those in the room, because as I said, this should be a solvable problem, and I think this is a great opportunity to get more momentum in the IGF.
We're on. Well, thank you. We're going to do a little switch here as we're going to move into our lightning talks. Thank you, Alex, for setting the tone on that, on these topics or themes that Alex briefly touched upon. To make it a little bit more comfortable up here, because we have 8 topics and 8 people, as we can tell, is a little bit tight up here. So what I'm going to ask is the first 4, if you will, of the lightning talk speakers. So we'll have our moderator, Michael Kende, come up. We'll have Christopher Yu, Paul Mitchell, Doreen, please stay, and Alex, please stay, and then we'll swap out to the other 4 speakers if that's a little bit more convenient and comfortable. Be careful stepping down there. handing over the mic to the moderator. Actually, while everyone is getting settled up here, and we'll do this in 2 rounds again, just to sort of make this a little bit more comfortable on stage, we're going to hear from speakers on 8 themes in a lightning talk concept, which it's meant to be 3 or 4 minutes to kind of impart a lot of information quickly to sort of set the stage. And then after this session, what we'll be doing is we want to hear from the audience. And this is really meant to be a very interactive, dynamic session. So 8 themes are a lot to have 8 breakout sessions. So we want to hear from you, and we'll do sort of a quick, rapid-fire voting, and my colleague Justin Queso will help facilitate that. No pressure, Justin. To sort of down select, if you will, another standards term, the 5 top themes that people want to sort of have breakouts around based on what you're hearing today. So we'll go through 2 rounds of lightning talks here quickly, and then we'll get into that voting stage. So at that point, I'm going to hand over the mic to our moderator. Thank you, Michael, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So as Karen said, we've got 8 talks coming up. It's going to be hard to choose 5 themes, but we're going to narrow it down to 5 themes 5 themes on internet inclusion that we're going to have these breakout sessions on, where we'll each get to join a group and talk in more detail about solutions and next steps. So without further ado, I'll hand over first of all to Christopher to talk about improving data for internet inclusion.
So one of the great problems with data for internet inclusion is that there are a vast array of projects ongoing by governments, businesses, nonprofit organizations on the supply side and the demand side, but no one is actually collecting data on them, or if they are collecting data, it's done in an idiosyncratic way that doesn't permit comparisons across projects. One of the things that I believe that is absolutely necessary in data is to really start to focus in on metrics that will deliver the kinds of comparisons that we need to make in order to help ministries, investment banks, and other financial institutions and people who are bombarded by the people claiming their technology or their approach is the greatest new thing for connecting more people to the internet, to make some sense of that, to actually understand the situations, the context in which you would choose this technology versus that technology, and to understand basically how effective they are. That's why we're leading an effort called One World Connected. It actually explains why I'm wearing orange Converse tennis shoes and I'm wearing this shirt instead of a tie the way I normally do, to really develop case studies looking at input and outcome metrics to try to develop them in a uniform way. A whole bunch of issues that are being posed in terms of gathering that data, the need for baseline metrics. You actually need to have people in the projects before to understand what the difference is. We get a before snapshot as well as an after snapshot. The need to tie metrics not just to connectivity, but to the sustainable development goals that were mentioned earlier, economic empowerment, healthcare, education, because the internet lovers tend to think of it as a value in itself, and we forget that it is actually instrumental to other values. Vast number of other problems. Confidentiality, it's very hard to get people who have the data to release it. The need for independent verification. All these are problems that can be solved, but they are very difficult ones. We're trying to, with a university-based platform, where we can do that kind of verification and confidentiality in ways that are helpful. But it remains a challenge, and actually developing the advanced metrics to measure the SDGs remains probably the biggest challenge, because that's where even the scholars who are working actively in this field for decades have yet to settle on a clear set of metrics. I will close by inviting you. We actually have a booth in booth number 1 in the village if you want to learn more about the effort, and as my inducement to have you come visit us, we do have coffee for free from 9 o'clock in the morning till 2 in the afternoon.
Good cappuccino. Great. Thank you very much. And I should have said we'll each ask each speaker to do about 3 minutes and then take a couple questions on this first round of speakers, and then we'll swap out the next 4 speakers and have a few questions at the end of that. So now we'll turn over to Paul on coordination on basic digital skills training.
Okay, I guess this is one. That one is on. Okay, so increasingly today's jobs require ICT skills. Roughly half of all jobs today probably require ICT skills, and this percentage is expected to rise, which means that it's critical that we focus on ensuring today's youth get the digital skills that they need to be successful and productive in the evolving digital economy. So Nigel asked where the bad news is, so here's some. There's 149 million youth in the LATAM region. Less than 50% of them finish high school. 1 in 5 are neither working nor in school. There's double the youth unemployment versus adult unemployment rate. 17% live in poverty. And the piece of good news that disconnects with what I just said is there are 6 million new IT jobs by 2022 in this region. So if that trend continues, it will be difficult for countries in this region to compete on a global scale. So there's many focused on the issue of affordable access, and we'll talk more about that, I'm sure, throughout the day. Driving down prices for ubiquitous and robust connectivity, that's great, but it's not sufficient, because even if connectivity prices are low and access is readily available, the digital skills gap will remain a significant obstacle to economic growth, unless it's addressed on several levels. So there's a bunch of factors that need to be addressed over time, starting with basic numeracy and literacy, which is just addressing the 50% that don't get through high school. Beyond that, there's targeted interventions that drive awareness of the benefits, creating the interest and incentives for people to learn. That's required. Some include things like ensuring sufficient locally available content, locally relevant content and services in the local language, ensuring content and services are accessible for those with physical or cognitive disabilities, ensuring a focus on women and girls for gender equity as well as other underrepresented populations, developing proactive teacher training to incorporate the use of ICTs throughout the education curricula rather than as an afterthought or as just a special subject, creating incentives for teachers to learn these as new skills, and identifying and promoting a range of good practices that have been shown to accelerate progress in other parts of the world. So these topics were all addressed at the recent Global Connect in Washington that was mentioned in the last session. Among the opportunities that were noted for collaboration was acceleration across sectors. First, coming to recognition that there are really user skills and creator skills that we're talking about in the digital skills world, where user skills are basic skills to make use of commercial devices and applications and have the ability to use them in a sort of typical working environment, where creator skills include programming capabilities and advanced content production. Those with the creator skills can pursue jobs in the ICT space, while those with user skills can make use of the devices and services that are being used in other sectors of the economy. Not everyone will be a coder, but everyone will need at least user skills. There's already a wealth of available training curricula for user and creator skills, including content from the Internet Society and from private sector entities, including Microsoft. For us, we're focused on supporting public and private partnerships to enable inclusion. And in Latin America, we collaborate closely with Trust for Americas and Organismo Internacional de Juventud and the Secretaries of Youth in different countries. Through these programs and partnerships, we push for labor inclusion processes and IT skills development specifically for youth and young women, also financial and in-kind support to create better opportunities for the youth and the economy in the region. And at the policy level, we're supporting the adoption of youth policy recommendations, including coding in schools, special curricula, and non-formal education in partnership with Unesco and OIJ, and again, the Secretaries of Youth. We're convinced that this kind of cross-stakeholder collaboration is critical to achieving a long-term success in the skills area and realizing this sort of inclusive internet for all. I look forward to taking questions and the rest of the session today.
Sorry, it's working, good. Okay, thank you, Paul. The next, sorry, I didn't know it was working. The next topic is gender and the digital divide. Doreen?
Thank you, Michael. I feel like the pressure's on here. So last year, as many of you know, in the WSIS Plus 10 review and negotiations, we concluded that we fell short on one of the commitments that was made, and that was the commitment on achieving equal participation for women in the information society. We know that there's 250 million women offline. We know that the gap is growing. We know that that gap is bigger in least developed countries with 31%, and in Africa, 23%. And we know that 1.7 billion women in low and middle income countries do not own a phone. So why does this matter? I'm going to tell you very briefly a little story. 2 weeks ago in Bangkok at ITU Telecom, I had the pleasure of meeting Ileana La Rosa. Ileana La Rosa is the founder of an initiative called Aliadas en Cadena, and it's based in Caracas, Venezuela. Ileana set up this center in Caracas to provide ICT training to women that had no education, and to women that came from low income groups, and to women that in most cases were subject to domestic violence. She brought in these women, she taught them ICT skills. They also had the opportunity to receive counseling and support in other areas. And so far, she has graduated 20,000 women that have gone on and been able to have this experience has given a lasting impact economically and personally for all of these women. This story shows that empowering women in the digital world impacts economic opportunities and leads to greater empowerment for women all over the world. And we know that if we improve access to ICTs, if we provide the necessary digital skills, we give tremendous opportunities and benefits that can be amplified across society, benefit families and societies as a whole. Bridging the digital gender gap is an economic imperative for the world. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great story. And the final speaker on this first set of themes is Alex Wong, talking about infrastructure development and impact investing for connectivity. Alex?
Should always let Doreen go last too. So that's my lesson so far. So infrastructure. So this theme is money. $70 trillion. That's the amount of money that sits in long-term investors, pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, looking to spend somewhere. Many of you know that there's been a lot of discussion around getting more investment into infrastructure, general infrastructure, energy, roads, rail, transport, etc. This theme is about how can we direct some of that money to ICT connectivity infrastructure. I would argue that the low-hanging fruit are done. That's where the operators have already found a business case. They've gone in, they've built out their networks, they're charging whatever they're charging, and that's why we've already made the progress to get us already to the 4 billion or whatever it is connected so far. The last 3.9 billion, and in particular the last billion of that 3.9 billion, there is no financial business model right now. So the topic of blended finance, and I'll read you the definition of blended finance if some of you are not familiar with it. It's defined as the strategic use of grants or grant equivalent instruments together with non-grant financing from private and or public sources to provide financing on terms that would make projects financially viable or financially sustainable. So this topic is about how can we figure out how to connect into the $70 trillion plus that are sitting out there looking for a home to be spent into connectivity projects that have a business case if we can only mix a few of the complementary different pieces represented by IFC financing, for example, or regional development bank financing, or some money that Facebook might want to put in, or, of course, the long-term investors themselves together with the public financing. So that's what we want to talk about is how can we put the ICT infrastructure on the agenda of these long-term investors? Because right now, it's probably way down the list as compared to other infrastructure opportunities, and I think that's what we want to talk a little more about how to do that. I'll give a final example of some of the work happening on this infrastructure space, why the time is ripe. Strategic Infrastructure Foundation is an organization that's been supported by the regional bilaterals, is trying to create a database of templates so that any infrastructure owner can put into this system the set of parameters that are needed to define an infrastructure project. They so far have 35 templates. They're now working on an ICT connectivity template. Some of you in this room are actually part of that working group. I think, Paul, you've been helping out on that. But for every type of infrastructure connectivity, ICT connectivity infrastructure project, we need to have enough level of detail where that a project owner can put all the parameters into this database so any investor can look and decide, is this a bankable project? Or can it become bankable if we mix it with a few other elements? And so that's just one example of some of the stuff happening already where the ICT infrastructure has to be added to some of these opportunities. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Alex. Okay, so that's the first 4 themes, improving data, basic digital skills training, gender, and money, infrastructure investment. We have time for just 2 questions on this first panel, so if you raise your hand, there's some microphones in the room if you have a question, please. Oh, Pepper, and then behind. Okay. Is the microphone there, please?
This is actually for Alex, and you can repeat the question.
Okay.
So one way to get more investment, right, is to do what you're doing. The other way to get more investment is to lower the cost so that there's at least, you know, part of the problem is that the market forces will not finance a project at a certain cost level. Is there, you know, the other way to attack it is lower the cost so that the market-based finance actually flows. So it's both.
Yeah. So, yeah, the question then alludes to the other way to reduce infrastructure costs is to promote more infrastructure investing is to lower the costs of the business case. And the cost equation touches on Nigel's comments, which are all the taxes, I presume, and all the that the governments are putting on infrastructure. I think we should be more than happy to explore that as a side angle. That's its own topic on its own. But it's a very good point. We should look at that issue as well. It's not covered in one of the other topics right now, is it? It's probably embedded in a lot of the topics, but we should absolutely explore that further, the infrastructure topic as well.
Great, thanks. We had one more question here. If we can get the microphone there, please. Oh, okay.
I have a mic, so I guess I'll take advantage of that. I'm Stuart Hamilton. I'm from the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, and I have a question for Paul about digital skills. I was just wondering, in the course of the work that you're doing on this, whether you've come to any conclusions about the best places for people to learn digital skills, what's particularly effective, where should we be looking to do this? And I'm speaking from perspective of a community that's working strongly on this, but interested in your thoughts.
I don't think we have a single conclusion except that where people are is the best place to reach them. And so there are, regular gathering places. Libraries is a big one, and as you probably know, we have focused a lot on schools, libraries, healthcare institutions, and sort of public facilities as places for connectivity. The issue with skills training is how to make sure that you get the right kind of instruction to the people who need it, which means you in the schools themselves seems like a super ideal place if you can start it early enough, because if you can, and we see this in Kenya, one of our projects in Kenya, where we actually spent a lot of time investing in working the curriculum with the teachers and with other partners, but basically getting the teachers so that they were comfortable using ICTs within the context of the classes themselves, not just like this special, this is the computer class and now we put it away. That model seems to work because in that particular scenario, a few years in, we've seen a couple of grade point acceleration in the achievements of the students basically across the schools because of that sort of wholesale integration. That's a unique, that's one situation in the world, but it does sort of clearly show a path that if you can embed it from the beginning or as far back as you can, that you can achieve some fairly significant results. At the same time, it's important, and it's also true in the Kenya scenario, that's in that particular community, it's in the schools, but there's also a community hotspot, several of them, and we've made an effort to try to make sure that connectivity is not just this isolated thing, that it can be integrated into the fabric of the community as a whole, and I think that's really more the key.
I think Paul's being too modest. The project that they're supporting, Mawingu, the principal of that school reported that scores went up on the Kenyan national exam across the board. It was a dramatic impact, and that's one way to do it. There's a program called Escuela Plus in Latin America that's reached 1 million students. They've seen improvement in scores in every grade level in every subject. and it's simply astounding what you can see. We're actually collecting this data. There's some suggestions about doing it in community-based institutions. Some want to do it on apps. There's some suggestion that interactive training is better than actually static training, and there's actually evidence coming out in some of the preliminary case studies, and this is all very preliminary, that it's also important to have sustaining efforts past that to build community, that after you've received the training, you need to have a way to connect to other people who are doing similar things to really leverage it out, because if it's a one-time shot, it often doesn't have the kind of depth that it would otherwise have.
Thank you. On that note, we'll switch to the second four panelists. Before they go, please join me in thanking them. If you want me to. Okay. I'll kind of fudge it. Okay, great. The next topic is mapping gaps for Connect to Thrive. Mei Lin Feng from the People-Centered Internet.
Thank you. I'm just checking this. I co-founded the People-Centered Internet with Vint Cerf, and his major priority was that we step into this frontier, this new frontier, and actually do things because we don't understand enough about it to theorize about it. We have to learn from practice. In all of human history, a few moments stand out which changed human lives irrevocably. When we stood upright, when we discovered fire, when we first drew, when we spoke, when we invented writing, when we discovered the printing press, when we began organizing ourselves beyond the family unit. We are at the brink of the next shift when all of humanity will be connected to the internet. No surprise then that one question has risen to the top of the global agenda. Is it to be my tribe or our world? Is it better to close borders and close ranks in homogeneous enclaves, or to open minds and openly welcome diverse cultures and perspectives? Encounters beyond diverse people will threaten tightly held worldviews. New connections threaten personal safety. New knowledge brings us to frightening frontiers that need to be confronted and will take time to tame. Advances in science, technology, and math can be fearsomely destructive or incredibly empowering. If we want to come together on a future, we have to paint the future and a path to it clearly enough that everyone can see, touch, taste, and feel it enough to want to create it together. The Digital Gap Working Group has a commitment to work at the local community level. It's hard to get the local voices. So often we sit far away planning for people whose daily lives are foreign to us. So we are taking advantage of two major networks that are out there at the local level. The IEEE, which has convened us together here, has members in 160 countries. IFLA, the International Federation of Library Associations, has 320,000 public libraries. They can provide a grid for us to tap into what's going on at the local level, what they care about, what the leaders consider as priorities. We have to tap that knowledge. So in mapping the gaps, we are recommending in our working group that we tap the local communities, start with them and what's important to them, because that's the only way we can sustainably go ahead with the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Okay, Thank you. On the topic of the Sustainable Development Goals, Dominique from GSMA will talk about the impact framework.
Thank you. And I'm happy to be here to hear everybody's interventions, and in particular on behalf of my colleagues and all our members at the GSMA who work on a number of projects with so many of our partners here in addressing a number of the issues that you've already heard today. But I'm going to be talking specifically about measuring, basically, SDG impact. And the GSMA launched a report back at Mobile World Congress last year, in February or March, actually, on SDG impact. And specifically, we looked at sort of 4 specific areas of measurement and targeting. And we looked at target filtering, which had 169 different targets, including economic targets, as well as policy, investment, and various other things like that. We also looked at drivers and what drivers were important in delivering different aspects of SDGs. We identified 110 different drivers from sort of all over, from different industries, and from direct and indirect impacts as well. We did an assessment on the drivers, and again, we didn't just look at the mobile industry, which obviously is very much important to our view, but we also looked at the other industries that play an important role in conjunction with the mobile industry on driver assessment. And finally, we looked at metric identification and measurement. So we identified about 90 countries in which we could actually go in and have a look at the different SDG targets and things like that. We developed baseline scores and did a number of sort of methodological approaches and different inputs to it. But one thing that came out of this is, though this report was the first report on this, what we're hoping to do, and I'm hoping to get your feedback as well on this, is we're hoping to continue to build up a set of impact assessments over the many years based on a number of different things, and our methodology will change behind that. But accelerating the impact, we noted, out of all of this, requires 3 different things, and I think we've talked quite a lot about it already, but I'll just mention it again. We heard about scaling networks, and this is what's important to us, and again, you know, the investment for creating connectivity and actually scaling it and making it quicker, as well as access to delivering inclusion, as Paul mentioned earlier as well, through education. We also looked at innovating core technologies and services and realizing that acceleration of this is going to be quite key in order to deliver on the SDGs. And finally, the development of policy as well as partnerships, again, as we heard earlier. These were all key things that came out of that. Finally, just out of our report and just out of thinking about how to look at SDGs and measuring the impact, we committed as a mobile industry, along with a number of other industries, to partner with the UN to develop a bigger roadmap with a focus on humanitarian assistance initially, but just overall to work closely with them, to become an advocate for reporting annually throughout a variety of different places on SDG impact, and also to use the convening power of organizations like WEF to continue to talk about this. So that is my perspective in terms of SDG impact monitoring, and I'm happy to answer questions, and I look forward to talking with all of you further.
Great, thank you. The next theme is e-government services. Wai Min, please.
Thank you, Michael. Coming from UN DESA, I would like to share 3 trends that we observed through our UN e-government survey since we started looking at e-governments in 2003. The first is integration. In recent years, we witnessed the evolution of integrated online services. Looking back in 2003, there were already 45 countries providing a so-called single entry or one-stop shop, but most were mainly listing of websites or downloadable form. Fast forward to 2016, more than 90 countries now provide one-stop portals, with a majority providing truly integrated services across sectors or subsectors. Much progress is also seen in smart ID or digital identity, which is necessary for integrated online or mobile services. 98 countries, more than 50% of countries, now have implemented some form of digital ID. An overwhelming 148 countries offer some form of transactional services, ranging from paying utilities through one common gateway to business license applications across sectors, and even online birth certificate and death certificates. My second point, or second I, is on inclusion. more governments, including the least developed countries we observe, they are now delivering services specifically to help the poorest and the different segments of the vulnerable population. And this ranges from helping women to find domestic jobs in the informal economy, monitoring agricultural crop prices through SMS tags, encouraging students to participate in open data hackathon, and among others. E-participation, a term we introduced first in 2001, is now a common term in many countries. This includes providing information online, consulting online, and also online policy decision making. Governments are doing more, from online consultation in budget spending in urban developments to solving community social problems among the local authorities. Inclusion ranges from digital for all to digital by default, digital first, whether to reach the last 10% in advanced country like Denmark, or to provide basic online service through digital front offices in rural areas in Bangladesh to reach out to the 20% who are still living in the poverty line. My third and last I is the emerging of intelligent online services. From the use of chatbots to help users navigate online government services, to autonomous or self-driving public bus, use of machine learning, RFID, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, to provide personalized and intelligent smart digital devices, services. This increasing sophistication of digital services are embraced in concepts of smart cities in India, China, and even smart nation concepts like in Estonia and Singapore. But not all are rosy pictures. We discuss a lot of challenging issues here. Is common, the digital gaps that we found in 2003 still exist in 2016. The least developed countries are still lagging behind. Africa countries, the small island states are still lagging in e-government. Much work left to be done. The challenges in the 3I, providing integrative, inclusive, intelligent approach of e-government, range from ensuring privacy of personal data to cybersecurity, technical difficulties in ensuring system and data across agencies are interoperable, lack of digital skills on both the demand and supply end. Moving forward, government need to ask the hard questions, not just how many digital services they can put online, but how frequent are these services used. Not just how fast they could provide digital service, but if citizens are happy with these services. And not just increasing the number of users, but leaving no one behind in pursuing digital government and sustainable development. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Now, last but not least, the youth perspective. So talking about youth and connectivity from the Youth Observatory, Luan, please.
Oh, good afternoon. Yes. Thank you. Well, I'm going to talk about youth and connectivity, and I'm going to start saying youth is shaping the internet, but how and why? I can tell you about great examples, such as the Facebook, who were created by Harvard students, or this Indonesian girl that I just met, who had limited tech skills and was looking for a way to help her family after the 2004 tsunami. She came out with this passion for online games and tech, and her game called Sempala, Prime Numbers, and who teaches students maths while also talking about ecology and Indonesia heritage. And some of us were born connected, what some call digital natives, but others can still access the internet as we know it. What's the meaning of not being connected as a young person? This is a topic that we should address. And another point is considering general access obstacles related to rural areas and or favelas, women access, and authoritarian governments, and how is youth affected by the lack of connectivity? We have many examples, such as the internet usage in turbulent political context as a way of youth mobilization, such as in Chile with the students' mobilization, or internet as empowering tool to young girls who are denied education and an active voice, especially in these spaces, or even in the access, because they don't have time to do it, because they have to work work for the family, and they don't have time to do this. And in Brazil, where I came from, in the Amazon, there are also community networks set up by youth to connect rural areas or poor zones. And as I was talking about the favelas in Brazil, the ghettos, we have like the Pokemon Go case. The boys who lives in favelas even if they have a cell phone, they can play Pokemon Go because the Google Maps don't map the favelas, the streets in favelas in the ghettos. so they can play. And third, and once young are connected, how are we accessing the internet? We have this problem, and we have to problematize the accidents of mobile world, this app proliferation, and which we access and download so many apps with so many terms of use who attacks our privacy, and we don't even know about it. And we should raise awareness on this issue, especially from the youth and who doesn't read and doesn't have like the, how can I say it? They don't have the education, how someone was saying in the first table. And how can we be better? How can we help the youth? There is a lot of youth initiatives who are here. They are here, like the Youth Observatory that I made part of, the ISOC program, such the youth at IGF. We have like a stand now in the village. So what can be done? We want to participate. We want to connect it who are not connected, the other folks, our young people who are not connected. So I want to talk to you about this and say and heard what you have to say to me. Thank you.
So thank you so much for that perspective. I think that gives us a lot to think about as we talk about internet inclusion, making sure everyone, including the people that we think of as digital natives, that they can become digital natives. So thank you for that. So again, we have time for 2 questions, and then we will have the hard task of choosing 5 out of these themes to do breakouts on. But first, if anyone has any questions, please. Yes, you, please. Is the microphone? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Talan Sultanov. I'm from the Kyrgyz Republic, representing ISOC Kyrgyz chapter. And I wanted just to share quickly the perspective of Central Asia. Central Asia is a region which is the landlocked. It's most far located from the sea. It's very mountainous, highest countries in the world. For example, Kyrgyzstan is 40% above 3,000 meters. And it's very, in a very difficult neighborhood. You know, we have Middle East nearby, Afghanistan, other countries, close countries. So as a result, we have very expensive internet, which is expensive in absolute terms and in terms of relation to the income. It's unreliable and it's very slow. But what I found out is that we in the region, and probably in other developing regions too, live in oblivion. We do not know, like unknown unknowns. We don't really know that how bad the internet is. And actually, thanks to ISOC and personally to Michael Kende, we did a study on the internet in Kyrgyz Republic, the first one in Central Asia a year ago, and just then realized the situation with the internet in the region. So I think using this opportunity, I would call on the international organizations and the community to help Central Asian region in particular, and realizing these challenges that we face. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And obviously, for Alex, there's some investment issues there to address the challenges you talked about. So hopefully, we'll be able to get into that further. But thank you for that. Another question, please.
I might say something about that.
Please, of course.
I think the People's Republic of China initiative on One Belt, One Road is a tremendous opportunity for Central Asia. And if the global community can work out how to take advantage of that, there's an anticipated $4 to $8 trillion to be invested in the One Belt, One Road, plus the maritime road. I've spoken with the IEEE Smart Village people, and they're excited about what we could do locally. Imagine a Silk Route, the new Silk Route, which could have internet kiosks all along the way.
Thank you. One more question? Okay, great. We'll go to the voting, but first, again, please join me in thanking the 4 speakers.
Okay, everybody, this is where you all get to decide how this is going to go from here on out. It's a really shame that we're going to have to kick 3 of these topics off the island. So But what I would do, you know what? I'm going to take the facilitator's prerogative. I heard 2 loud rounds of applause. One for gender and the digital divide, and the second for youth and connectivity. Does everybody agree that they should be immune and move on? Do you agree? Come on, everybody, they were great. Okay. So now we're down to 3 topics. So we're going to pick the top 3. I have youth is one, and the gender topic is one.
Okay.
So Michael and Karen are going to be the judges, so don't blame me about the volume here. The first one, improving data for internet inclusion. I'd like to give a round of applause if you'd like to have that as a breakout group. Okay, the next is coordination on basic digital skills training. Okay. Next we have infrastructure development and impact investing for connectivity. Okay, the next is mapping gaps for Connect to Thrive. A round of applause if you'd like to break that into that one. Okay. You're off the island. The next is Sustainable Development Goals Impact Framework. Okay, you're off the island too. The next is e-government services. Okay, I think we have our top 3, right?
So, what are they? Improving data, basic digital skills, and infrastructure.
Yep. Okay, here. Why don't you read them out? 'Cause I don't have them.
Okay, so in addition to the other 2, improving data for internet inclusion, Christopher. Coordination on basic digital skills training, Paul Mitchell, Microsoft, and infrastructure development and impact investing for connectivity, with Alex from. Yes, which may change the votes.
So how we're going to work this, it's a little bit of a tight room, so bear with us as we arrange everyone, if you will. So the lightning talk speakers on those topics that were picked will be the facilitators of those discussions, and we'll just sort of do it in order at the tables, and I will let Justin handle that difficult task.
Okay, so what we're going to do is this. Clearly we have tables here, and we can't move them. So what we're going to do is I'm going to walk down and ask everybody in one row to turn their chairs around, except the thing is this. I know people want to go to different things, and so we're going to have to do this very quickly. But I'm going to need you to turn your chairs around before you go. So I'm going to go down the rows, and then I'll come back up and identify the topic. So we're going to skip this row right here. So I'm going to ask this row right here, get up, turn your chairs around. This row right here, same thing, get up, turn your chairs around. Malin, your row, you work them and get them to do it. You got this row. This row, turn your chairs around. And these 2 rows right here. So what we're going to do right here, everybody, these back 2 rows, that is going to be youth and connectivity right here. So if you want to join that group, be in one of these 2 tables, okay? Who do we have here? Malin, do you mind just guiding and making sure everybody does what, goes where they're supposed to go? Okay, the next one is, what was the next one?
I don't know what the last one was.
Gender gaps. We'll do gender gap right here, at this table right here. And then we have improving data for internet inclusion in these 2 rows right here. And then we'll do the investment in these 2 rows. Yep. And then the mapping gaps up over there. Yes. And now you all have, as Karen mentioned, the individuals who spoke earlier are going to be leading the groups. So get going and come up with some results.
So as you get into your discussion groups, what we're asking is sort of to look at it from three perspectives. One are, what are the challenges around that topic, or work that still needs to be done around that theme? One is, what are the opportunities that are there, any success stories that you might hear about those particular themes? And the other is thinking it in terms of who would be involved, who might be missing from that topic, who do we need to have at the table to help us get to that solution. So it's looking at it from challenges, opportunities, real work going on in that space, as well as who and what and where needs to be involved, so we can kind of add that to the roadmap. Thank you. Minutes for this round. Here somewhere. So you said 3 p.m.? 3:30. 3:30. Oh, I have a 3 to 4:30. I'm at a session on speaker. And then that ends at 5:30. The morning looks actually good. Hold on. I have a massive schedule here that is just painful to get through. Tomorrow's Tuesday, right? Okay. So 10:30, I'm in a session. Okay, so between 9 and 1, I'm in a session. Sorry. No, I lost people. it's 3:14. So, yeah. No.
Yeah, I would do them 10 in the morning at 3:20.
Yeah. Hi everyone, we're going to give a 5-minute warning, 10-minute warning, so to pull out your key points and who will be sort of your group report out person. Thank you. Hi everyone, this is your 2-minute warning. So pull out your main themes and identify who your rapporteur for your group will be, and we'll be hearing from each group in about 5 minutes. Thank you. Yes, 5 o'clock, the NRI group. Okay, everyone. So we've hit that time, and what we're looking for is from each group, can your rapporteur please come to the podium and we'll have the report outs from here. So each group's rapporteur, please come to the podium. Oh, well.
It was actually very interesting.
Well, it's flexible. Okay. Michael, you win the prize for getting here first. Okay, can we have each rapporteur for each of the breakout group come to this podium, please?
Not
Oh,
yet.
the regional will be in about 15 minutes. Okay, rapporteurs for each breakout group, come up to the front.
You need someone who can just start whistling or something.
Well, the people who are reporting out. The people who are reporting. Okay. Oh, well, are you the report out person? Just you. Okay, I need to make a report.
Carl can just write fast.
Well,
yeah.
I had 3 people was the right 3 people. One person who done collection, involved in data collection for the Gates Foundation, another guy involved in another guy involved in Africa. Brilliant.
I think we should just start.
And they'll come up.
Hi, everyone. We're going to get started with our report outs from our breakout groups, but I think we're missing a rapporteur from one of our breakout groups. So if you're that person, come to the table.
Paul Mitchell.
Is that you, Paul?
Come join us, Paul.
Okay. Okay, everyone, we're going to get started. Thank you for being part of those various discussions on the 5 themes that were selected for some more deep conversation. And with that, we're going to hear from each of the group's rapporteurs. Some highlights of those discussions. We'll be capturing those notes, and that will be also part of what we'll bring into the session at the end of the week on, connecting the unconnected. So with that, we're just going to start in order, and we'll start from my right. So go ahead.
Hello. Okay. So we divided our report on 4 questions. So we're trying to answer some of them. And we have like people from Senegal, Mexico, and Lebanon. So we try to get some experiences and try to see which we have in common. So how is youth affected by the lack of connectivity? So we put 3 topics like education issues, and our access to knowledge is not good if you don't have access to the internet. This could be something really bad. Sociability, when you don't have access to the internet, being a young person, you don't know where are the parties, where are the meetings, where are the social events. And in some countries, like in Lebanon, there are bigger problems than connectivities, like war and troubles with refugees and this kind of stuff. Then we try to answer, how are we accessing the internet? This one's a bad one because we discover, or not discover, but we find out that we use most social networks. This could be a great thing to get involved with other people, but some social networks like Facebook, we can have some troubles with the filter bubbles and troubles with fake news and who shapes our thoughts and what we do in our lives. And we have also a problem on mobile access and the lack of awareness on privacy. And also our access is limited by current issues like the disrespect to the net neutrality principle. So we only can access to some products, some platforms that may not be good. So are young people better prepared to deal with the internet? We found out that maybe not. Maybe we are digital natives, but we don't have too much digital literacy. So we have this lack of digital literacy that could harm our use on the internet. Then we are shaping the internet, as I said, but we are not deciding about it. We are not doing the policy making. We are not into these discussions. Maybe we can do these things on our houses and our universities, but when it comes to policy making, we are like not represented. We try to find some solutions on this, like parenting, try to teach the parents to talk to the kids, talk to their children, and also try to use the libraries on digital literacy, try to give them a new role. Someone said, like in Mexico, they use the Wikipedia to create local content, hackathons, they edit the Wikipedia with local content. And how can young people get involved in policy making? Well, as I said, there are some new initiatives from internet organizations like ISOC, CGI, ICANN, who have these programs for next generations and youth people. And also empowerment through youth organizations created by young people and who are directed by young people and could give more equal footing discussions. So that it's our report. Thank you.
Okay, unfortunately Alex had to go, so he asked me to take over the infrastructure development and impact investing for connectivity group. I don't know if the group benefited from the switch, but I did. I found it was a great discussion that we had, and I'll just spend a couple seconds talking about it. So we basically divided the unconnected into 2 groups. First, the ones who could get access if they wanted to. Maybe they live in the cities or they live in connected areas. Maybe it's affordable, but they've just chosen not to, and a lot of surveys say that some people just don't see the interest or have the skills. So for that group, we talked about increasing demand, focusing on demand, and that creating the business case through increasing the demand will create the need for investment, because the more demand, the more it'll be used, and obviously then people can make the business case themselves to invest in those regions as people go online. And then we talked about the regions like we heard in the Kyrgyz Republic, the mountainous regions, the high-cost regions, maybe with low population density, where there's no access, so it's hard to build demand where there's no access. So here we talked about first creating sharing models to get some access in the villages so that people can connect. We talked about community access. We talked about using IEEE to help set up the networks with very low-cost tools in these regions, just to start to create the demand and make the business case, using different technologies, maybe satellite and other technologies to serve. Then we talked about another model that if the government is delivering a lot of services into those regions, and it's quite expensive because they're remote, and they could save significant money by delivering those services online rather than through more physical means, trying to make the case for that, take those savings and investing them up front so that the government effectively becomes the anchor tenant for this network that then over the long term they'll save money from being able to use. And of course that also creates the demand, because those services that are delivered online have to be received online. So if it's paycheck or other services, people will go online through these shared networks to use them. And finally, Mei Lin had an example to help increase outside investment, where you have a lot of small projects that just might not have the scale or have too much risk, bundle them together into a portfolio of projects, so you get a lot of scale, you reduce the risk by spreading it out over a number of projects, and increase the investment that way, and eventually you'll have a nice portfolio of projects that can be invested and sustainable by bundling them up together. So that was our readout. Thank you.
Well, we were talking about data and getting the challenges. We took it very literally. I'll take it in challenges, opportunities, and who should be involved. We're taking the charge literally. Challenges, reconciling data from different sources is actually extremely difficult because you often find they conflict. Second, combining governmental and non-governmental data can actually be quite challenging, but we're always looking to leverage existing data sets. It's an enormous opportunity, but it's actually much harder than you think. If you wonder why, compare the ITU data with data collected by the EU, it varies, and you have to unravel that. It may require some sampling and some validation to try to make it work better. The other thing that said was there are certain kinds of data that are harder to gather because they're very specific. Someone asked about legal impediments. Some laws are very easy to study because they're very broad brush. Some of them require a great deal of a minute analysis to understand what they are. Another person commented we are short on impact data and carefully defining what is comparable. There's a tendency to want to become more specific, but the problem is at that point countries and regions vary in terms of what's appropriate. The alternative is you end up with extreme generalities that are border on being useless because it's just too high level to be useful. Finding the way to do that, perhaps clustering different types of countries and trying to make a more meaningful assessment may be helpful. Getting private companies who have a great deal of data to surrender it is actually very difficult. It may be something that you have to find. There are some dynamics where it's possible, where one company has a lead, other companies may be willing to do it on an open source basis or a shared basis in order to compete. There are some examples of that which we can talk about. And then lastly, in terms of challenges, privacy puts restrictions on reuse of data. You can't just casually grab a data set and use it because there's some real restrictions. Opportunities, there's a bunch of data that would be very useful which are theoretically gatherable publicly. Locations of cell towers, all cell towers broadcast their existence, and you could actually map all that very clearly. Data on rights of way, Data on repairs to roads and digging trenches is potentially shareable. Local data, they're talking about, there's some the examples given in Poland, they actually divide the country into 200 meter by 200 meter grids with population densities put onto them. There are a number of commercial mapping technologies, topography, density, buildings you can actually use to construct models about likely areas. In fact, Poland assigns a level of how likely it is to be served by a private company, how likely it is to be served by a private company on a competitive basis, or it's likely to be a greenfield situation. There is a company called Premise that is doing Uber-style collection of data. That is, they're trying to crowdsource it on a small basis with lots and lots of people. It's a fascinating idea. And that's been a difficult problem. Who should be involved? Interesting, most of the discussions about local communities as the best source of data, and some individuals are very interested in it. It was commented that's hard to generalize globally because individual leaders will vary. Private companies have a lot of data. That we're talking about, local community institutions such as libraries. Private companies have lots of data, but they can only get really through government-imposed obligations by regulators because they will only do it if it's in their interest unless they're required to do so. They talk about modifying national statistics gathering metrics. And then civil society, we talked about as a key element here, but civil society is so busy doing the things on the ground, you generally have to tie it into something they're already doing, and finding that magic path is very, very difficult. But the hope is to actually expand beyond the traditional notion of civil society. One person suggested health extension workers. These are people who actually travel in the field and have a great deal of experience about what conditions are, who aren't strictly speaking ICT, but in fact can quite insight.
Okay, thank you. So our group was the gender group. We actually didn't have gender balance. We had more men than women in our group, so thank you very much to the men that joined us. So we had lots of ideas, and I think we all concluded that there is no quick fix to this issue because it's more than just giving a woman access to the internet or giving a woman a mobile phone. It's sort of the entire ecosystem. And we noted that clearly the gender digital divide is widest where gender empowerment is lowest. And in so many cases, it's more of a problem of cultural, societal, and other issues going on that are impeding women and girls from either taking up studies in the STEM field or having access to ICTs. We also noted in our discussion about challenges the role of parents and teachers, and perhaps they're not doing enough to help change mindsets and get more girls interested in science and technology. We also noted that the media is also perhaps not doing enough, and that the role of the media is key if we want to get out there and start to change perceptions and mindsets. And of course, we also noted that we don't want to turn boys into girls, but we do want girls to understand that there's lots of opportunities out there. It was also noted that some of the things that are keeping women offline, affordability is an issue, lack of relevant content sometimes, but cyber violence was raised as an issue of great concern, and we really must find ways to address that. In terms of opportunities, the opportunities are huge. Imagine a world where we could double the number of women scientists, of women programmers, getting more women involved in the design of technology could perhaps completely change the face of our devices. So the impacts are huge, and they do cut across all sectors of the economy. Just one statistic from a UK report from last year, they mentioned that increasing the number of women working in IT could generate an extra £2.6 billion each year. In terms of roadmap, we think that we need to be we need to be bottom up and top down. We need to get grandmothers involved, we need to get parents involved, and we need to get, of course, the children involved. Education has a huge role to play, so Cedric, we're counting on you from Unesco. We need to get the educators involved, and we really need to change the way courses are being taught and address some of the curriculum challenges. We need policymakers to be involved. Of course, we need the ICT industry. We need the media. In terms of some concrete things, we noted that perhaps we could encourage projects to have a specific gender requirement, ICT-related projects. Maybe that could be considered, and if you want funding, you have to have at least some gender requirement in there. We also noticed that countries that actually have gender in their national broadband plans are improving. They're doing better, so that's something we can encourage all countries to do in their national broadband plans. And we definitely need more evidence-based. We need more data. We need to work more closely with you, Chris, because we really need to show concretely impact-based how ICTs really can make a difference in the lives of women and girls around the world. And finally, I informed my colleagues that we have a session on Friday where we'll be talking about a new initiative called Equals. It's a multi-stakeholder initiative that seeks to address the digital gender divide. Thank you.
And it has a secret sign too.
Oh, yes, go ahead. And you've made it.
Okay, so digital skills, working up from the end of the discussion. It was really clear that if people don't see any value, they're not going to worry about building the skills. So a big part of this challenge is helping people understand what's in it for them. People who are unaware of what access to digital infrastructure and skills and opportunities can mean for them. We noted there was quite a discussion about sort of the sociocultural challenges, for example, where women and girls may not have access because they're forbidden from having access, or they're beaten if they, attempt. We'd just note that all of these issues are actually really intertwined. So you can't just sort of solve for one point. You have to recognize that there's a reaction in all parts of the sort of skills ecosystem, if you want to think of it that way, or the user ecosystem, that will happen as people increasingly achieve these skills. It's noted that one of the things we need to talk about and develop plans for is actually media and information literacy skills, which also have an ethical dimension to them. So we talk about learning coding skills or creator skills, which I called them before, and user skills referencing the ability to sort of use devices. But on top of that, there's this need to develop media and information literacy so that people can make appropriate choices and understand what they're seeing and how to put it into context, what they're reading, and how to put it into context with the real world. That's a very topical issue these days, given the fake news stories, for example, that are floating around the internet today. We had some examples of existing programs, a European Commission program for essentially training on how to be safe in the internet, which is sort of related to the media and information literacy. An example of Uruguay called CIBAL, I believe, which is a program focused on connecting all the schools and where they didn't have necessarily competent teachers locally to actually use distance learning via the connected schools to actually help out. We also spent a bit of time talking about public libraries as one approach that can really scale. That is, communities have libraries, librarians or people who are staffed at libraries, that this is sort of within their skill set to sort of drill down into how to use these technologies and be sort of a focus for communities in taking advantage of the connectivity and essentially communities or libraries as the center of some communities can be really a place that can develop scale. We also talked about the use of mobile devices for training, so Club Internet, an example of an onboarding experience that comes along with devices that and in partnership to get people up to basic mobile skills. And then the first, since I'm working from the end to the beginning, the first comment was really you need to focus on training trainers first. And there's several examples of that in context. And anything I missed out, I assume somebody else who is in the group will mention later.
Thank you. So we'll take 1 or 2 or 3 questions for our report outs, if there's any, and then we're going to move into our next segment on our regional reports and experiences that Pepper will, from Facebook, will be facilitating for us. So are there any questions for the report outs or anything from the report out groups that people want to contribute that maybe wasn't said? Okay, I think we're in good shape. So before I release you all, if you have notes from your breakout sessions, you have my email. Send them to me and I'll make sure I get them to Carl from ISOC, who will be helping us compile that. And a round of applause for our groups and our rapporteurs. Okay, with that, I'm going to ask Pepper to come to the stage in our regional or group lightning talk speakers. I lost my train of thought there.
I know you gave me your card last time, but we never exchanged emails, so I don't know what I have in hand. Can you tell me what it is? Your emails?
So it's just
I'm still here. I'm still here.
at itu.int. So I can give you another card.
Great. I love that. We do need to
talk about some of the data that you're working on, your whole evidence based, all the stuff that you could, well, I saw you speak at the,
Apparently I get to stay here.
Spain.
Apparently I'm North America.
I'm going to sit here.
Good. We're going to sit here then.
But so the minimal preparation.
So this is, we're going to go ahead and get started. So this part of the program is going to be looking at regional examples. And the idea here is to, as Karen said when we started earlier this afternoon, to try to make this, and this has just happened with the themes, as pragmatic as possible. This is not about sort of theory, it's about how can we move the needle to increase connectivity and adoption of connectivity when it's available. So it's both about the supply side as well as the demand side. So what we're going to do with the regional breakout session, it's not going to be so much of a breakout because it's not going to be sort of the same way. So Karen and I sort of talked a little bit. We're very flexible, so we're adapting. And what I'm going to do is ask my colleagues up here who are from different regions of the world to provide some very concrete examples where there have been projects that have increased connectivity and adoption, use, and therefore benefits of being connected. But also if there are examples where they know of a project that failed, it's always important and it's always good to know what does not work. It's all about lessons learned and being very pragmatic so that we can really move the needle and move it quickly. After some quick lightning round comments and suggestions, I then want to open it up to you because I expect that you also, we're all sort of involved in this together, that you also have very specific and concrete examples that you can provide. And then at the end of this, what would be great is if we all have, lessons learned that others can learn from and that can feed into the projects that we heard about earlier on the opening panel. So with that, I thought what we would do is start, let's start with Africa, right? A for Africa. Nanjira is with the Alliance for Affordable Internet, a terrific organization.
Thank you.
And they've really been making a difference. So why don't you start off? That'd be great. Thank
Wonderful. So I'll start with a quick overview of where we stand with numbers in Africa. Approximately 25% of people are online, and those who are not online tend to be women, those living in poverty, and rural populations. In fact, through a study we did at the Web Foundation, we found that urban poor women are 50% less likely to access the internet than men in the same communities. And this gender digital divide is growing, and in Africa it currently stands at about 23%. And as far as internet growth usage in Africa last year, we only saw about 4% increase. So what is causing all this? I mean, the high cost to connect, as has been mentioned, is one big barrier. Income inequality does play a role and tends to make progress appear faster than it actually is. And device costs are a huge hurdle. So what we believe is that through strong leadership emerging from governments that can complement market forces, we can start closing this digital divide and even the gender digital divide, if you will. We need to see open multi-stakeholder processes where actors are actually working together in country contexts and regional contexts as needed to actually drive, all efforts can be in lockstep. And we need to smash the affordability barrier and drive down prices through good policy making. So this is just a way to introduce the Alliance for Affordable Internet, which is the first truly global coalition with over 80 member organizations representing the private sector, governments, and civil society from both developed and developing countries, working at tackling high broadband prices. Our mission is to reduce the cost of basic broadband connection to enable hundreds of millions of people to connect. And we actually have a very ambitious target over and above what has been given as a global standard. We're actually pushing for the adoption of a new target, which is that 1 gigabyte of mobile broadband should not cost more than 2% of average monthly income, or what we call the 1 for 2 target. Because if we don't take that, it will take us up until 2042 to even come close to closing the digital divide. And so we're focused on driving policy and regulatory change. I know policy tends to take a back step sometimes in these discussions about how to connect people, but we're really tackling it at that angle to create conditions for open, competitive, and innovative broadband markets. So it's action-focused, and it's using a blend of global advocacy, research, and local coalitions. In Africa, we have very strong coalitions in Nigeria, Ghana, Mozambique, and Liberia. And in each country, you form a local coalition that identifies key barriers, and actors work together to figure out how best to do that. We've seen great success stories, for instance, in Nigeria and in Ghana, where prices of mobile phones are being slashed. The consumer advocacy groups are actually able to challenge regulations, and there's strong capacity to actually challenge any regulations or laws in place to that are causing the sort of like cost of access to remain high, and this has been a great approach. Last but not least, the Alliance for Affordable Internet is a program that is housed by the Web Foundation, and under the Web Foundation we have a broader program called the Digital Inclusion Program, where combined with looking at women's rights online issues, we're working with actors, in policymakers, governments, and private sector and civil society actors to specifically address the gender digital divide. So it was great to hear from the previous session that maybe one of the proposals should be for any program and initiative, that should be a key ask. And so we have a great framework for where to proceed, especially with addressing the digital gender divide, and happy to talk about that more. Thank you.
Great, thank you. You mentioned that there's been some real success in Nigeria, right, and Ghana?
Yeah.
Could you talk a little bit about those and sort of what actually, in terms of, and one of the things you mentioned was the ability for citizens and civil society to engage in the process and complain. Was that
not just complain? I'd say not just complain, but engage at that level where they were heard. So for instance, in Nigeria, there's a strong concerted campaign, and we have a great story, infograph story around how that worked through the coalition, where civil society actors were able to speak with the communications regulator, if you will, and lobby with numbers about why the measures they were trying to put in place, for instance, around taxing of mobile phones, was a bad idea, and how much it would cost, especially women, to get online. And so through that kind of coalition approach, there was a big win for the coalition group there.
So they changed the regulator actually
acted.
And in fact, right now in Nigeria, there's been a lot of pushback at the regulator trying to increase the price of data, and that's been, again, credited in part to the alliance. But even in Ghana, actually, the government was finally able to slash taxes on value-added tax on mobile phones, which were being taxed as luxury goods. And the Consumer Advocacy Coalition working group in Ghana through the Alliance for Affordable Internet was credited with this kind of engagement.
So
win.
One example, reduce taxes, that was Ghana?
And which is a sound policy.
Yeah.
Reducing taxes because we are able to show even specifically which groups are harmed if we continue taxing mobile phones and other ICT devices as though they're luxury goods. So you having numbers, through research and advocacy and policy engagement, you're able to show who's actually being hurt by this kind of numbers, these measures. And so that's been a big win. And it's really taking a not necessarily a combative approach, but trying to bring all these actors in the same place, because many of these regulators don't know what they're doing. So trying to bring them to the table as stakeholders and allies to really engage with the actors who see what the things look like on the ground has been a great approach.
That's great. Very concrete. That's great. Helene, I'm sorry. Asia.
Is that on?
No, it's on.
Okay. Really, Asia's success will not come as a surprise to anybody. Where we have succeeded in emerging Asia, in connecting large numbers of people, it's because markets have worked. It's because competition has worked. And it's really stuff everyone was talking about 30 years ago. Where we have failed is where markets have not worked. So while we have huge amounts of retail level competition, 6, 12 operators in running access networks, and prices are among the lowest in the world, many, except for 2 of the, let's say, South Asian countries, meeting the 5% of income barrier that the UN Broadband Commission defines as affordability, we still are looking at 20 to 30% of our populations in any given country being online. So that's very low. So the affordability barrier has not really given access to the internet, to voice and of SMS, of course. And where we have failed, as I said, where markets aren't working, specifically has to do with the backhaul side of things. Wholesale prices are still expensive, are still either monopoly controlled or where there's very little competition. We don't have fiber networks that go across to most countries, and what you see is the state entering, a la Australia, with national broadband plans and failing miserably. The special purpose vehicles created to implement backhaul connectivity in countries, for example, like India, are controlled by the incumbent operator and the government and been quite ineffective in connecting people. The governance structures which don't involve private sector participation have also failed, for example, in universal service funds. If you at least have a mechanism like Pakistan used to have with private sector actors, they've been somewhat effective, but the government has still managed to take over large universal service funds and not spend it. So the state, in fact, is part of the problem. It also doesn't help that countries like Sri Lanka, just last month, increased taxes on mobile services at the retail level. We now pay 42% taxes on our mobile bill. And yet, at the same time, the government goes and gives its biggest allocation to ICT sector development for e-government services and rolling out networks. So I think they're confused whether this is like a demerit good or a merit good. Should we treat it like tobacco, or should we positively discriminate against it? So there's just really just confusion in the government circles, I think. The we also see from, let's say, India, one of the, so there's lots of local communities and actors with technical competency and the dynamism to connect local communities, where there is no cell phone coverage, for example, or data coverage. And what they need is obviously some kind of backhaul connectivity that they should be able to buy from an existing operator, but which surprisingly, if they say, I've got a village of 1,000 people and I can pay you this much, operate, and just give me a connectivity. The first question they're asked is, oh, what are you going to use it for? In fact, they should be like, thank you, you're a new customer, right? So what happens is, unless you're an NGO that operates in multiple states and can buy in bulk, you actually don't even get a POP in your village.
And that's a problem. And these are people who are willing to pay. Second, spectrum policy related to rural connectivity is a real problem, right? Ability for these local actors in a highly localized way to use spectrum is a problem because you need a license and they don't have the money to bid. And in fact, you know, they would really not cause any harm. And in fact, they run these temporary networks, which then create the market for commercial operators to enter. So we really need to look at this in a different way, because once they prove the case for investment. Fourth, mobile phone ownership. So the stark contrast is people who own a smartphone versus a feature phone. So Myanmar, the most recent country to get connected, about a year ago, 66% of the people who had phones had a smartphone, right? India, Bangladesh, South Asia, we're talking under 25% smartphone ownership. And the numbers on internet access are related. At that time, with 66% smartphone ownership, 45% of the Sims were daily active users of the internet. Now that number has doubled, right? India is still around 20-30%. So the phone makes a huge difference. And because India, Sri Lanka, all these countries, we deregulated ages ago and we got mobile phones ages ago, we still have a huge stock of old feature phones, which in Asia, we never throw things away. And so we need to get it out of the hands of people and get a smartphone in their hands in order to enable access. And the other somewhat controversial topic is a nuanced approach to net neutrality. Countries like Pakistan and Myanmar, which have not outlawed particular versions of zero rating, like free basics from Facebook, are seeing huge uptake. They're higher users of data, and these people then move on to buy data packages. India went ahead and banned it, and we will never see the benefits. So I think we would call for a slightly nuanced approach, not just a principle-based approach to net neutrality. Thanks.
Thanks. So smartphone ownership's really interesting, the difference, because you know with Myanmar they were starting, they didn't have anything, so they didn't have they didn't have old phones to keep, right? So they could have you thought about how you could jumpstart? I know with the new entrant in India, right? That they're almost entirely smartphone, and they have a completely different pricing arrangement.
Yeah, and voice is free essentially, right?
And voice is free,
yeah.
data is free, yeah.
Exactly. So I think these things
text,
will,
but it's all, yeah.
And these things will be game changers, I think.
So is there something from a policy perspective that you've seen that could drive or help drive smartphone adoption?
Yeah, lower taxes, specifically because these are still luxury goods in most, I would say almost all the countries that we look at. And if you wanted very obviously targeted mechanisms, so let's say for low-income women, you can have very targeted subsidies for phones, but just generally low taxation will help a huge amount.
Now, you mentioned spectrum, and I'm going to wait until separately we'll come back to Paul, not because of what he's going to talk about in terms of North America, but one of the things that Paul's very involved in is dynamic spectrum use and access when it's not used, and so opportunistically taking advantage. So you may, when we get to you may want to do the North America part and then maybe add on that, because I think that actually begins to, again, that goes back to policy, which is even if it's licensed, that's great, but if it's not being used, then let somebody else use it until the licensee wants to use it, maybe. I mean, there's different ways of thinking about getting it into use.
And also just kicking off like military and the broadcasters, like for example in India, who hold the most valuable spectrum. So what we have is artificial scarcity of 3G spectrum, everybody giving 5 megahertz, you know, in some auction, which just, you know, was slightly insane, I think.
So I see Dominique is not here. I don't think she's here anymore, so she probably would agree strongly from a GSMA perspective that in fact, and this is a problem across Asia, to really accelerate the digital television transition and free up the spectrum for mobile, like it's been done in the other regions of the world. Okay, so Africa, Asia. Next I'm going to go alphabetical. Nigel, Europe. You're going to have to actually, You didn't think I was going to call on you. You probably were doing email. And so I'm going to just, we're an informal group. So why don't you actually sit where I'm sitting to, okay. And we'll come last. Yeah.
I thought America was A. Yes, thank you very much, Nigel Hickson ICANN. Talking about Europe is interesting in that, of course, Europe is fortunately, and unfortunately for Europe, quite advanced in terms of the mobile penetration and the take-up of services. But what I'd like to characterize in the next couple of minutes in terms of what Europe has been doing is a bit in terms of the good, the bad and the ugly. Because I think Europe has been fortunate in that over the years it's had a fairly enlightened regulatory policy. From the sort of mid-90s, the European framework for telecommunications has provided a guidance, if you like, a framework in which countries work within, and has dramatically enhanced competition and the provision of services across European countries. And I think that is the good. And we've seen the take-up of economic regulation and independent regulation in many parts of the world, partly because of the example shown by Europe. But of course the progress in Europe on whether we're talking about fixed broadband penetration or mobile broadband penetration masks a good deal of variance. For example, if we're talking about enhanced broadband penetration, then Malta comes top of the list with 100% of fast broadband penetration, whereas in Greece the figure is 36%, and there's quite a variance, and there's quite a variance, of course, between so-called Western European countries and Eastern European countries, where development has naturally been slower because of the transition effects. So I think that is the good news, in that Europe has been able to, through the enlightened framework, has been able to sort of, if you like, bring countries forward in terms of penetration. But it's not all good news, because in terms of some of the countries there are problems. There are price disparities. For instance, in some countries in Eastern Europe, the price of a mobile broadband package is much higher than it is in other areas. So we're seeing this sort of correlation between the price of broadband and the take-up, of course. And Europe, the European Commission, the European Union has been trying to address this through the progressive frameworks that have been introduced in terms of competition, but also in terms of regulatory intervention, where markets clearly are not working. In terms of spectrum allocation, again, there's been differences in spectrum allocation. The European member states have been resistant of having a sort of common approach to spectrum allocation, where you, if you like, have a regulated approach led by a European regulator. And therefore the allocation of spectrum has greatly varied between member states. In the UK, we saw the 3G auctions, which took a lot of money out of the sort of market, in terms of money going from the industry, a transfer of money going from the industry into the hands of the government. And there hasn't been a consistent approach across Europe. So I think, the picture, as I say, is mixed. And finally, although we're talking here about access, as we were reflecting on earlier, a lot of access and a lot of take-up of broadband services, of course, depends to an extent on a number of other factors. And we come back to the skill level here, we come back to the education, we come back to some of the effects of cybersecurity legislation, of privacy, and of data protection legislation. And I think you have to look at those issues as well in terms of how a country is progressing. And of course now in Europe we are seeing an increased, if you like, regulatory approach on cybersecurity and also on lawful access to information. And will that in itself affect the take-up rates for fast broadband? That's to be seen. Thank you.
Great. So you mentioned some of the high prices in the Central East or the Eastern European countries, and that's suppressing take-up compared to, I mean, there's price sensitivity. As an observer, this is not going to be systematic empirical, but as an observer for a long time of those issues, why do you think the prices are higher in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe? And is that the case for both fixed as well as mobile broadband?
I think mobile broadband is probably a special case because of the progress that's been made in the rollout of mobile broadband, and I think some of the fixed line costs reflect some of the infrastructure issues that some European countries have had in rolling out fibre, etc. And I'm not suggesting that won't change over time, but I think there is a sort of catch up taking place, and there are some excellent examples of services being rolled out, but certainly the European picture is mixed in this respect.
Yeah, and what that makes me think of, Christopher Yu is working on all of his data, that within Europe, there's a kind of a control set. I mean, the frameworks are the same, but there's different pricing.
Yes.
So actually looking at differences in different European countries with different outcomes actually is a natural experiment. And I think that's, in terms of data, actually a really interesting.
Yeah. No, also there's a wider aspect here. I mean, ICANN actually, a lot of this is obviously nothing to do with ICANN at all, but we did sponsor a study back in 2013 that looked at the various factors that encourage GDP growth in sort of ICT, in particular ICT services. And what we found is that the take-up of services was greatly affected by broader policy considerations within a government, how transparent a government was, how they were running, how they were sort of providing public services through ICT issues, tax issues as well. So I think there are broader issues at play here.
Yeah, so this actually reinforces what Nanjiro was saying.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, really interesting. Hernan, Latin America, and including the Caribbean, which, right?
Right. Well, I'm going to follow up on Nigel's comment about the variance in Europe and argue that maybe Latin America is not a useful unit of analysis when you have such variance between our countries. And just to give you an example, on average in Latin America we have 40 fixed broadband subscriptions per 100. So that's about half the OECD. But Uruguay has 70 and Bolivia has 7. So I think a 3-time difference now is a 10-fold difference within Latin America. So the connectivity solutions and the problems in Bolivia and Uruguay are just completely different. And of course we have enormous variance within the countries. So Latin America is a very complex region, and the solutions and initiatives also reflect that variance in the connectivity across the countries and within the countries. In terms of connectivity initiatives, the most interesting development that we've seen in the last probably decade has been a shift from purely market-based approach to connectivity to a more realistic and nuanced mix of market incentive for private operators, but also promotion of community initiatives and also large public investments in connectivity. And let me give you a few examples of each of those two. Community initiatives, there's simply too many, of course, to list, but one interesting example is here in Mexico, which is in a fairly small community in the state of Oaxaca, which developed a bottom-up approach to a cell phone operator. It's one tower cell phone operator operated by the community, reusing spectrum from the operators who were not interested in reaching that community. And the difference in the approach is that for a number of years, the government saw that as a bit of a nuisance and as a bit of we already have the market incentives in place and we have Universal Service Fund and that will take care of it. Why do we need this community-led initiatives? Well, now the governments are actually realizing we actually can support these initiatives because they do add to the mix of the incentives and the public investments. And so let me give you my sense of the public investments is that there's been three types of large public investments in the last decade in Latin America. First, of course, you have the big investments in backhaul infrastructure, that is extending fiber networks outside the main metropolitan areas. Most large countries in Latin America are doing that in one way or another. Some more PPP-oriented, some more state operator-oriented, but all of them are doing that in Peru, Colombia, Argentina, Brazil. Mexico is doing probably the most interesting and controversial experiment, which is a national wireless network operated as a wholesale network on the 700 megahertz space, which just is about to be implemented next year. The jury is still out on these initiatives. We just don't know. It's simply too early to tell what the result of this initiative is going to be. What I find interesting is that despite all the changes in government, despite all the changes in the electoral shifts in Latin America from more left-leaning governments toward more center-right governments in many countries, we see a continuation of those initiatives. We see that governments have recognized that they are an important component of the mix of initiatives. Second, school connectivity initiatives have been very prominent in Latin America. And I think, or I'm going to give you my personal opinion, and this is based on some of the evidence and some of the studies we've done, they have, for the most part, failed. Now, here's an interesting question. Have the initiatives failed, or have we failed to recognize where the impact has been? And this is something that we could discuss.
How do you define failure? Which,
yes, so, and let's discuss maybe in the introduction, but the way we look at it is the easiest way, which is to look at standardized test scores, and basically none of them have shown any gains in standardized test scores, maybe except for Plan Ceibal in Uruguay, which I think has been mentioned, which has been sort of a mixed bag of evidence, but there's some positive outcomes of Plan Ceibal. And the newest type of initiative are the initiatives to promote demand, skills, and in general literacy, digital literacy. And there's many of those initiatives, nothing at the very large scale, but they're starting to be sponsored by the government. And this is interesting because the evidence is showing that more and more people are saying that, typically people say, why are you're not connected in Latin America? It's always been cost. It's just too expensive, and the numbers show that we are a region, unlike Asia, where connectivity is expensive. Now, when you track those numbers have been steadily falling. The people that say, I can't connect because I can't afford it, and more people are saying, I'm just not interested. I don't have the skills. I'm concerned about security. I'm concerned about privacy. So the governments have started recognizing that and starting to put in place initiatives to promote demand. Thank you.
That's great. And maybe we can talk about some of the specific projects that are doing that. And then on the schools, let's definitely come back to how do we define success and define failure, because there's some other knock-on benefits of connecting schools in terms of the general adoption versus the, test scores. So let's see. After L, we have M. Salim. My former colleague from Cisco way back when we were working on national broadband network for reconciliation in Lebanon.
Yes. Yeah. So thank you, Robert. So for the Middle East, again, it's a region that is not homogeneous. So the broadband penetration is on average 40% of households. However, you have the GCC countries, that means Saudi Arabia, Dubai, Bahrain, etc., scoring, and Lebanon, scoring over 75% penetration, while Yemen, Syria, Libya, all the other countries being way below 40%. So what has worked and what has not worked, to go to Pepper's questions. So there is a lot of young people in the Middle East, 105 million of them between the ages of 15 and 29, according to the UN Arab Development Report. And the unemployment rate is 30%. So there is no way for these governments to create 4 million jobs every year. But what has worked in Lebanon, Egypt, and Jordan is that the internet has been used to be the magnet for the startup ecosystem. So you have the young people self-organizing themselves and starting inventing new innovations in 360 photographs, in bug fixing over the internet, etc., to create enterprises using the internet. That has worked, as I said, in the 3 countries. And this is a tremendous opportunity for the Middle East, because with 30% unemployment and very highly polarized, religiously population, you can see that people with no work could make a lot of damage, right? The second thing that didn't really work in the Middle East is the multi-stakeholders. And why? Is because they are not really stakeholders. In order to have stake in something, you have to have interest, you have to have money, you have to have skin. And Middle Eastern population, even though 61% of those interviewed said they cannot live without internet, only less than half of them actually use the internet to purchase a book or anything. So we have these passive users that don't have any stake, any economic gain from the internet. So they don't really, either they're not organized, and then they don't demand anything because they are just passive users. That brings us to the third failure in the Middle East, which is the role of the government. In the absence of strong advocacy from the part of the stakeholders, the government has taken a protective role in seeing internet-related policies. So the governments need to protect the people. They have to do the networks, they have to do the domain names, they have to do the addresses at a certain amount of time. They want to do everything. They want to do the e-government, they want to do everything. And this is actually suffocating the economic landscape, because we still don't have enough stakeholders, and with the government's role to be so pervasive, we're even less stakeholders. So the governments maybe have to look at the problem differently. They have to concentrate on growth instead of control. And we're not there yet, but that's an opportunity, of course, for the governments to move that way. And finally, what has worked, so we have 2 and 2 here, is IXP deployments in the region. It helped to increase supply. And this is where ISOC has been very active, working with different countries into establishing these IXPs. More can be done there to reach to a maturity level for the IXP, but it's been a positive experience overall.
Great.
Yeah.
So we're going to come back to that, because of the differences between the GCC countries and not. And yet some of the governments that actually are very protective and, you say, suffocating in some respects, some of those are also in
GCC.
those that have in the GCC that have high penetration.
That's true.
So we can dive into that in terms of what are some of the things that actually have worked in some of the countries that
Yes.
actually, notwithstanding that, has resulted in better adoption.
So that's a very good question, Pepper. I think the GCC succeeded in rolling out the networks. So yes, there is Du and Etisalat, Duopoly in Dubai, etc., but it's all government money. So the governments of the GCC countries deployed the networks.
But the government as operator in those countries.
Later on, they left it, but it's government money that
Yeah.
eventually has been privatized. So that worked well. In Lebanon is different. It's because Lebanon has a very large diaspora, and so they come back to work, etc. So that explains why the connectivity is so high. But
So there, again, just like in Latin America, and we know this, it's not, I mean, we have these labels about regions. Regions are extraordinarily diverse.
Exactly.
Which brings us to North America. So that basically, North America is Canada, US, and are you going to include Mexico? Or actually, we've already covered Mexico. So we're talking about a much less diverse region, just 2 countries.
Just 2 countries, but a lot of land area.
Yeah.
And both Canada and the United States have some of the best infrastructure in the world, and at the same time, connectivity for indigenous populations living on reservations is either poor or non-existent. Both countries have large land areas and portions of that land area with very low population densities where typical business cases don't work. In the United States, the FCC's latest broadband progress report estimates about 10% or about 34 million people lack access in the United States. But in addition to the sort of basic access gap, there's sort of a homework access or homework connectivity gap that we're focused on, which is where students have access to connectivity at school, but they don't have it at home. And that's usually due to cost, not due to its unavailability. But they can't, therefore, use the internet to complete their homework. So inevitably, these students fall behind their peers, and they, there's a spiral that goes from downhill from there. In the US, several US cities have attempted to address the overall gap in affordable services in their community by building municipal Wi-Fi systems, but ironically, in several states where the need is greatest, there are also laws prohibiting municipalities from building networks. So the FCC tried to preempt that and was overturned in the Sixth Circuit Court earlier this year. Now, trying to address the homework gap, Microsoft has put together an innovative project with Mid-Atlantic broadband partners. And the idea here, so this is one hopefully successful project, is to leverage the high-speed broadband that is already provided to schools. And so in the United States, virtually all schools now have high-speed broadband to them through a collection of programs that are funded by something called E-rate. And so the challenge here, that has rules around it. So the idea was, can we extend the school's network to the area around the school so that it covers the students and it's still in compliance with all the rules that allow the network to be funded in the first place. So what happens is students receive a device, which is basically they take home, and it creates essentially a personal hotspot in their home and connects to the school's network. The device is actually under the control of the network administration of the school, so it does, we think, fulfill all the rules. That's what happens. This particular project also takes advantage of a sin tax from the past, tobacco settlement money from the tobacco companies that were sort of fudging the results on cancer tests, is now being used to fund this program. This program will cover about 2,000 students in 2 counties in Southern Virginia and goes live in the early part of 2017, and we expect similar projects to basically launch around the country. There's another one, Axiom Technologies, which is a small company in Maine, is working on a similar project in Washington County, Maine. There, Microsoft offers an affordable access grant program, which you can compete for. We did it for the first time last year, and Axiom was one of the winners. They're trying to put this together. But another innovation is a policy innovation that the FCC did, which is electing to expand the Lifeline phone subsidy program for low-income people to cover broadband. So there's just in the last week, they've sort of announced 4 initial providers of Lifeline service that's basically going to be covered by this subsidy. One thing I should point out, this is pretty obvious by now, that the United States election has highlighted there's a large portion of the population that is feeling like they're not being included. This population without the necessary skills to take on the new jobs, and it's a challenge the U.S. needs to address. Canada actually has similar issues, different industries at stake, but similar issues. In the U.S., there's now 7.3 million fewer jobs for people with only a high school education than there were in 1989. There, in contrast, has been a doubling of jobs for those with college degrees in the last 25 years. In real concrete terms, that's 600,000 open computing jobs in the United States right now. And in the United States, we produced 40,000 computer science graduates last year. So there's a big delta. One last depressing statistic, and then you can add some more. And then I have a way to address it. So 37,000 high schools in the United States, only 4,310 of them offer AP, advanced placement computer science classes. So there's a whole cascading series of stats. They all basically point to the fact that we've got economic opportunity and employment opportunity going like this. We have infrastructure that mostly solves the problems, and we are not solving for the people to actually have those jobs. One way to challenge this gap is to do it in the schools. So one program that is very successful is called TEALS, which is Technology, Education, and Literacy in Schools. It basically pairs trained computer science professionals from around the tech industry with classroom teachers, and you team teach in high schools throughout the United States. The TEALS people are volunteers, and they partner with teachers. They kind of create a ripple effect, which impacts the students they teach, and then the many students who will then go on and study computer science in the future. This demonstrates what you can do if you've got a good idea and you're just one guy, because there's one guy named Kevin Wang. In 2009, he wanted to do this basically for his kid's school. So he was the volunteer, he got it going. Now it's part of Microsoft's global Youth Spark program, and it operates with thousands of people all the way across the United States. So we have, a couple of policy things, a couple of technical things, and a couple of sort of people things. Just to the question on spectrum. I mean, the project with Mid-Atlantic Broadband, it's basically using unused TV frequencies in order to do that. They have a long propagation range, and that's great. Therefore they can cover this wide circle around this school. And the reality is there's not going to be any other TV stations occupying those, and the likelihood, even with the ongoing incentive auction, is there's still going to be plenty to do that. More broadly on the policy front, I think it's important that policymakers stop thinking about spectrum as sort of like this zero-sum game where you have it and you don't. It's more about sharing. In reality, everybody in this room is sharing a set of spectrum frequencies today, and pretty much everything in this room is operating on unlicensed frequencies. That's a part of the equation too. So it's a little of this and a little of that, and doing it all in balance is really what we would urge the policymakers to focus on.
Great. So we've actually covered the world in rough form in about 40 minutes. I'm looking at Karen, so what I'm going to want to do, we have 5 minutes. We can go until 5. So we go until 5 o'clock, so we have 20 minutes that we can actually, what I'm going to do, let's see, this doesn't work, this will. Nigel, you can come up here and sit where I was sitting. I'm going to wander around because actually, now I don't know whether this is going to be a punishment for staying around or, an advantage for staying around, because I'm going to actually, come to you if anybody has any additional ideas to add in terms of concrete projects that have worked or not. One thing that actually has come up that I would like, because there are some different perspectives on it, maybe after we go to the floor to come backhaul, right? Backhaul is a problem identified right in Africa, virtually everywhere. In Asia, you talked about some of the backhaul problems when governments have been involved, and yet there's some examples of where governments have been able to facilitate backhaul in a constructive way. So can we maybe tease out from our examples around the world of where is it working and where not, and are there lessons to be learned on backhaul? Because a lot of the debate and discussion is always about, last mile is the barrier, when in fact, actually, it's much less of the last mile. backhaul middle mile is one of the biggest barriers to actually get broadband and to go beyond GSM voice. So does anybody in the audience, in the room, have an additional project that you've worked on or that you've seen that actually has made a difference in any region of the world? Doyle, have you seen anything at the bank? Good, thanks.
Well, we do think that the World Bank, yes, Doyle Gallegos with the World Bank. So we do think that one of the biggest barriers is the middle mile, the transport section. So a lot of what we focus our initiatives is basically that first mile and the middle mile. And so we've toyed with a few different approaches. One that we like to always speak about is one that we've done in Madagascar and one that we've done in Burundi, where in Burundi there was no backbone at all. We had several mobile operators, very active mobile competition, but no backbone, no backhaul per se, except microwave. So we put them all together. The bank funded a subsidy to ask them to come in and build not only the high traffic routes, but also the rural routes. They all came together. The government stepped out, provided some seed capital, and now there's a backbone network that works very well. And the operators are basically self-policing for quality and for pricing, because are the operators, and they're the owners. Yeah.
Any other examples? Christopher, hold on, right there. I know we're making the camera guys crazy, but that's okay.
It's fascinating. There are interesting success stories that have some positive metrics. Whether we can translate them into full metrics, we still have to work on. I'm interested, Hernan, you mentioned that there's very few school programs that have worked in Latin America. There's one called Escuela Plus, which actually has, in 8 countries, reached at this point 1 million students with satellite distributed video. Whether that, and they say that it has improved test scores in every subject and every grade level. Now we have to validate that information, but it's a cheap, especially with satellite distribution, this is a very cost-effective way to improve linear video distribution. It's a very particular kind of form, but it's potentially very helpful. Econet Wireless is doing greenfield off-grid cell towers in Zimbabwe. They're trying to expand into Ghana and India. They're powered by diesel. They are sustainable right now, and they're interesting that they are providing electric power to these communities for the first time. They're able to provide local power for 4 LCD lights, recharge in 1 device. And importantly, they're adding refrigerators. And they're distributing, on the cell tower base stations, they're putting refrigerators to distribute vaccines, which have to be kept cold, and they're vaccinating 250,000 people in Zimbabwe. And when you hear people talk about this, health ministers come running up to the presidenters and say, how can I get this in my country? The business model is it's a 3G standard cell base station, which they can actually pay for itself currently on those terms. There are other companies that are starting to do it. Their biggest problem is theft of diesel. And they're trying to do solar panels. Now that you'll get that, you'll also have problems with theft of solar panels, which are also equally valuable. And there's interesting problems. They'll do that. And there's a Indian program that has done digital literacy that has succeeded at this point in training 900,000 people. We don't know the ultimate payoff in terms of real outcomes of that training, but it's rare to see numbers of achieved, on the order of 900,000 and 1 million. And at those numbers, even fairly modest benefits actually have a decent chance of paying out. But this just breaks up the data problem. There's got some stories where you have some superficial attractiveness to them, but finding out, are they scalable, are they generalizable, and are they actually delivering real benefits is a real challenge. And there are more, but that's just headlines.
That's great. Anybody else? So I guess a question is, do we want to go back and talk a little bit about maybe how do we define success in schools? Because here's an example where academic success, but if we're looking at adoption and use within the family, one of the things that we've looked at is one of the benefits of having a school connected is the student, the child, learns how to get on. Again, we know that the understanding about how to get on and use it is part of relevance and also the skill set, the capacity building. So the child comes home and says, at school, I'm on. Well, number one, every parent wants their child to do well, so that now creates relevance for connectivity in the home. Even if the parents don't have content for them, for their child, that becomes important. Second, the child can come home and teach their parents and grandparents and siblings how to get on. So but that's, again, a different outcome, which is a knock-on benefit from school connectivity beyond the curriculum, but just some thoughts. And also in terms of how do we define success and failure here.
Right. Well, thank you, and thanks, Chris, for the question. I can still confidently say that the more rigorous evidence that we have today shows that the connectivity projects at the school level have not made a difference on test scores. And we've partnered with the IDB on this project, and we've studied Chile. In Latin America, we studied Chile, we studied Peru, we studied Uruguay, and Brazil. And none of them have showed any significant gains in test scores. So we started asking, why is that? Because maybe we are not looking in the right places. So one of them is what we call spillovers, which you well define, spillovers into the community, spillovers to the family, adult use, and so on. So we're going in that direction of the spillover direction. There seems to be some evidence that this is happening. There's a great paper on Thailand which shows that this is actually happening, that the more connected schools are in an area, the more household connectivity there is in that area. So there's some evidence that spillover does happen. Now, of course, you have to reframe the project. It's not about only connecting schools, it's about promoting community development through school connectivity. And the second route we're taking is try to go beyond just test scores. And there's a few directions here. One is, what about school climate? What if connecting schools improves the learning environment? So eventually you'll get to the test scores, but the first thing you do is you create a more positive learning environment. And that's interesting but hard to capture, but there's some ways to capture. There's surveys that survey school principals and teachers, and we see something in that direction. So in general, we're trying to see how can we broaden the measure of success beyond the test scores.
Helena, you wanted to...
Just wanted to add to that, which is I think last year we finished a systematic review where we looked at all the English language literature on using ICTs in a classroom setting since I think, well, about 15 years of English, all published and unpublished literature. And part of the problem is a lot of the literature existing defines learning outcomes in this way that, Christopher and you have been talking about. Does it improve standardized test scores and stuff? And it doesn't look at the other maybe knock-on effects it might be having. And the finding is that there is no generalizable systematic evidence that it improves learning outcomes. The few times it does is when the teacher has incorporated the technology into the teaching, so it's not just a tool handed in from the outside, it's very much embedded in existing teaching methods, and it makes the teaching better, which then improves the outcome. So it's really about adoption by the teachers, not by the students. And people who benefit the greatest, when you look at the students, are the ones who already come from middle class, upper middle class families, who already have access at home, who have educated parents. So it hasn't really bridged the gap, but I do second that we do need to look at a definition of success that's broader than just learning outcomes.
Yeah, so curriculum development integration into the curriculum is one variable. As an independent, and the dependent variable, of course, would be, does it actually change behavior? But your last point is that the one thing we do know about student performance is the most important variable is across cultures, across grades, et cetera, is parental involvement in the child's schooling and learning. So what you're saying is that extends also into adoption of and use of technology, and it's nothing unique in that sense. Did you want to comment at all or move on?
No, I think we're in agreement with Helene. Probably I would add that, I mean, so the one success model seems to be Uruguay, Plan Ceibal, and there's few interesting things about that model. Well, Uruguay has many advantages. It's a small country. It's a manageable size, and they decided to connect all schools. So Peru, Chile, other countries, Brazil, they didn't connect all schools. Uruguay connected all schools. So there's something to be said about the scale of the project, that they connected all schools. And the big advantage is that they have a state-owned operator which did the connection. So it was all, and worked with the Ministry of Education, so all the components were aligned in Uruguay. Now, can you reproduce the Plan Ceibal success in other countries? Highly doubtful, because you don't have state operators, you can't, just the scale doesn't work. So I think a lot of people are looking at Uruguay as a big success story, but there's a big question of replicability in other contexts.
Yeah. So, although we divided it by region, just for the convenience of presentation, actually I'm hearing sort of consistent themes and things that have been successful and not. Nigel, did you want to jump in?
I mean, only to say that I'm no expert in this, but in terms of the UK, there's been some interesting studies done on this as well, and I know it's all relatively difficult, but I mean there's been this sort of move in some schools to that every pupil has to have a laptop, or they have to bring it into school, and there's been this focus on having a device, and as has been said, what's been found is that if you take the same curriculum, I mean the pupils that have to have devices, or the ones that use them at school or whatever, there's no difference between the test scores that come out. And what seems to be happening to an extent is that there's too much focus on the technology and not enough on the actual curriculum, and business leaders are saying to the education department, look, these people that are coming out, they can use the devices, but they don't seem to be able to put it into the context of what the overall picture is. So it's
Thank you. So I don't want to prolong this. It's been a great afternoon, but a long afternoon. Milan, here you go.
This all brings up to me the World Bank Development Report 2016, which says that we have to have the analog piece of it. And also, we are not funding that analog piece. It just feels so clear that there's things we need to do to make sure that we fund that analog piece that's missing. By analog piece, you mean the people piece, the people-centered piece, the teachers, the families, the parental encouragement, the culture that says we can hope to increase economic opportunity for young people. We can give young people something to aim for. And we are not offering ways for young people to do projects that they could get excited about. So I see a missing piece here, which is the World Bank Development Report has said we're missing the analog piece. The UN is going about the Sustainable Development Goals, and there's this big gap that we all know about, but we're not addressing, and we should.
Thank you. And that's actually what the overall projects are being tied together to do. So a couple of the takeaways for me. One theme that came across globally: taxes, high prices artificially. 2, artificial spectrum scarcity. That can be done. 3, cracking the backhaul, middle mile problem. 4, the capacity building, right? Whether it's in the schools or whether it's individuals. And again, we've had some examples of where we've had success and not. 5, I think that there was some discussion about relevance in terms of also content, which I think is something that can move the needle that came out. So Was there anything in addition from the panelists or anybody else that I missed in terms of trying to draw out some common lessons learned from every region? Yeah.
Sure, I could just probably add that one other thing that's emerging is that ICT policy is not necessary, there's no such thing as gender-blind ICT policy, because much as you lay out fiber optics in certain communities, the same inequalities tend to replicate. And so one of the things that we have to be very cognizant of is that there has to be a very specific focus on gender-responsive policy, so that we're not coming back after another 10 years and saying, oh, well, we thought we connected everyone, but it turns out we left these people behind.
Yeah.
And so that's a very specific thing that we've seen across the board as well.
So 6, absolutely, 6 globally, closing the gender gap. Salam?
Yes, you talked about content, but like for the Middle East, for example, cost does not seem to be the main reason, but language is. So the multilingual.
Oh, so the relevancy on the content side in terms of local language. Yes. Okay, good. Modify number 5. Great. So I think we have, did I miss something? Anybody? I think we have a list of 6 really important things, Karen.
7,
Seven?
The role of government.
Yes.
Because, I mean, not only in taxation, but also in control versus growth.
Well, so the government as an enabler versus a barrier, looking at specific policies that actually affect the other 6.
That's right.
Okay. Does that help, Karen? Until we actually have a list. Now, rough. So I want to thank the panelists for being great. And Karen, I don't know how you want to proceed from here, but we're getting close to 5. I want to thank everybody who stayed. Really appreciate it. It's been a really long afternoon, but I think it's been productive. One more thing left. I'm going to give the mic to Karen. But thank the panelists, please.
So as Pepper says, yes, it's been a long day, and I know it's day 0, so there's a lot going on. And I know, Maylin, we've asked you to sort of help us with the mapping of the regional perspectives we heard, as well as the themes sessions that we've heard. So I know we're a little bit late right now as the day is dwindling down, but if you can sort of put us through some of those paces and see what we can get out of that exercise so that we can contribute that to our report out. Thanks, Maylin.
We are the few left. I think what I want to offer the people here is a chance to say, what are the short, medium, and long-term opportunities that you can see on a personal basis, not representing necessarily your institutions, but from what you've heard today about the themes, I would like you to take a couple of minutes to sit and think about the short, medium, and long-term things that you would take away. And following that, actually share some of that with us, because nothing happens without somebody caring and doing something. And we've heard so much, and it's been drummed into my head by Vince Cerf that if somebody doesn't take action from this, nothing will happen. And the internet has always been about someone caring and doing it. So I want to just actually have you stop and think. Remember that future generations are going to be affected by some of what you can do and what we can do together. We began this whole session by all the different groups saying we need to work together. We actually haven't come up with anything that we're going to say we're going to work together on. The people left in this room are the ones who spoke, mostly. So what are we going to work together on? So please take 2 minutes to think by yourself of the things that you heard today. What are you going to take action on? Okay, you have 2 minutes. Stop, think. Who would like to start? Karen. Oh. That was a close call, Maylin. Be careful.
I I think how we can join our communities, and I think a lot of the effort has to be local and it has to be contextual. So, you know, listening, and then we've heard that throughout the day, but listening to the local communities, working within their needs, and what works in that region to help progress that. And, you know, from an IEEE perspective, if we can engage more of our local communities, that we have literally hundreds of chapters and sections around the world, in the sense of volunteerism to engage with other types of projects, I think that's a critical thing that, you know, we're looking to do.
Thank you, Karen. Pepper.
So I think the things that we do need to work on, and we can all work together, actually it just came up, right? So it's, you know, committing to work with, and part of it, governments, but I think what we also heard was it's from the research side, right? From actually having facts that help being government officials who want to actually do the right thing, but they may not know entirely how or what, and what are the levers to turn, that's something that the people in this room and the people who were here earlier actually can speak to, right? So it's, we've talked about capacity building, we've talked about skills, it's also about capacity building for decision makers so they can make better decisions, and I think we can really, as a community, can help that process. And so, you know, Manu, who's in government, is nodding yes, and so he knows how that actually can make a difference.
Hi, just behind you.
I think we have a problem with institutional structures in a lot of countries. If you look around here, there are no, where are the telecom ministers? Where are the information ministers? Who's really here? Who goes to ITU? It's pretty siloed, and we're dealing with a world where the regulators, policymakers from different sectors really do need to work together and regulate as if this is one big continuum in the economy. And instead, what we have is really conflicting and siloed regulation. And that's a real problem, because even if you solve the access, competition, and pricing thing, you don't have the content, and the telecom guy cannot deal with the content. So I think we do need to address that institutional structures inside the countries.
Great. I have to say that I was particularly inspired by what Paul Mitchell said about the Ray Wong, or what? Kevin Wong, an individual who brought in mentors, technical mentors, to work with teachers. And so I have a wish for Microsoft to continue to extend that and work with all the digital literacy programs to have local people involved. So that's my short-term wish. Manu?
No, Malin, I was thinking, I think this is like my 5th or 6th IGF. And what I noticed about this year's IGF, and many people have also been here for many years, is that we don't necessarily have the level of representation from ministers, like the previous person was saying, the telecom ICT ministers. And I do think there's work that maybe we can do with IEEE and other key stakeholders to encourage the UNDESA, the IGF MAG, to really elevate our outreach. And not only just think about telecom ministers, but also why not try to invite other ministers with other ministries like health, education, et cetera. You know, these are key stakeholders. I'm not saying that they're the only important stakeholder. It's just important to have them in the room, especially when we have such important dialogue with industry and the technical community. And I feel like for us, it may be valuable to think strategically, whether it's a letter or other some sort of formal outreach that we do both to the MAG and UNDESA in the next few weeks, next few months, because next year's IGF is a good opportunity for us to cross-pollinate, which I think was one of the observations of the prior speaker. So that's something that we can work on together.
Thank you, Manu. Anyone else? Okay. I think we have a roadmap. What we'll be doing is working with this through the next 4 years of the IEEE World Bank Internet Society meetings. The next one will be in April, where we'll have a planning meeting. We'll take this input and continue to move it forward. So thank you, Karen, for hosting this whole. Okay. Okay, back to Karen.
Yes, I'll do a very, very quick wrap-up. Just to mention that, so, I mean, the background to this session was really to harness that positive spirit that I think Nigel mentioned in the beginning, where a lot of organizations are really taking action and commitments to expand access, and that we all have these different initiatives going, but we see a value of collaboration. So this session was a sort of seed for future collaborations. So it has a very symbolic meaning to it, but also a very practical side where we wanted to kickstart discussions here at the IGF and to gather some of the input from today and then submit it to the Connecting the Next Billion main session on Friday. So I've been taking notes all day and we'll write this up in a summary that will be shared on Friday. I think I'm the last speaker for today, so I would just like to thank all the speakers and all the participants and all the co-organizers of this session, and wish you a happy IGF and a continued good Monday. Thank you very much.